Like, listen, all right, I don't like Stanley.
Stanley, the Navy man, thinks he's so wise. He reads all
I think the
them
only person
books
I have
with
been
the
was Stanley.
squint in his eyes. Spins still so wild, like ships in the sky. But whose words
And Nate, Stanley doesn't state the obvious. Like,
You don't think one parent influence is detrimental?
yes, he does.
I literally said they need to understand that it's a white people problem.
Okay, it's called Stanley versus the world.
And just assume their character by stereotype.
I think people do that every day.
Okay, I didn't ask you.
What do I think it's okay?
Well, welcome right back. Welcome right back to Homestead Heart. I'm getting ready to pop in some flowers in my beautiful big old raised garden bed. Something flew in my eye. In my beautiful big old raised garden beds. Y'all saw the previous video, that long video. But this right here, I have already pulled out some cabbages that were remaining that were going to seed. I just needed to get them out of here. And so I planted some strawberries that Marsha from It's a Better Choice, you all go over to her channel and just let her know that I really appreciate the love, and subscribe to her channel as well. And just let her know that how much I appreciate her love and support of me through the time that I was going through. That really meant a lot to me. So go over and support her channel and let her know that Mrs. H from Homestead Heart sent you on over there. She has such a beautiful soul, beautiful spirit, and her channel was so instrumental in my healing. And I let her know that. I let her know that there were a few channels that I watched on a regular basis because I wasn't watching TV, the news, anything that would cause my healing to slow down. I wasn't watching anything like that. So I was watching things that gave me peace and upliftment, and it wasn't strenuous to watch. I was watching things like that, and her channel was one of those that I watched every single time she dropped the video. And because she, works, she hasn't been able to really just put out the videos, but every time she dropped one, I was right there watching. So her channel was very instrumental in helping me to get better and walk through this journey that I've been walking through. So go over there, y'all, and show her some love for me. Please, each and every one of you that's watching this video, go over to her channel and give her video a thumbs up and subscribe to her channel and put a heart in there from me. All right. So I'm going to go ahead now. In this Vigo bed, I planted the strawberries that she gave me. And now I'm getting ready to add something else to this bed here. And I'm going to show you what that is. Let me show you. I got them in my pocket right here. And that is, number one, I have Pacific Beauty. Where's the other one? Did I drop it?
Well, let me stop it right here for a minute. Welcome to Stanley versus the World, everyone. Happy Thursday. This is a show. I don't know. I think I heard she's been ill or something like that. I'm subscribed to the show, and I haven't seen any pop-ups from them in a while. I was telling Chalk in the chat, and this is more for people watching this on the replay. Um, there was a time when I used to do whole Saturdays of these, black folks out there doing hunting, fishing, farming, gardening, just kind of the outdoor stuff. And it's something I mean, obviously there's shows oriented to it, but you know, folks who kind of react to stuff don't show a lot of these shows. And I'm from Georgia, Savannah originally. And I grew up fishing and a little bit of hunting. Um, my father and I used to go quail hunting. We'd pretend to go out stalking deer, but I don't think we were real serious. I have, gutted and butchered deer. I'm not so much these days, but used to be like an avid saltwater fishing, as in I went every day, whether I was working or not. I used to chase the tides. Um, I lived up in the mountains for damn near 20 years up in Northern Virginia. So, about 10 minutes, about a 10 or 15-minute walk from the Appalachian Trail, as a matter of fact. So, in a former life, my wife and I and my son, I mean, we were outdoors a lot in the summertime. So I kind of miss those days. But anyway, not to get too far afield, I will be getting back to more of this now that it's summer. There are plenty. I showed a Pretty Girl Outdoors. I love her show a couple days ago. So we'll just stay tuned for more of this. So in the meantime, everybody, please make sure you hit the like button. If you're new to the show, please subscribe to it. Sometimes we're kind of a grab bag of stuff to watch, review, talk about, because I have a lot of interests. So sometimes the show's a little too eclectic, I think, but it is what it is. Sovereign Beer Fund is open. So please invest in the Saturday show. Let me put up our executive producers for the month, the CKJ3, Lupin, Reiging, and Speak Radio. So don't be shy. I actually have Cash App, and now that I have PayPal, all the foreigners, you can send me your lira. You can send me your Deutschmarks, your Cougarans, your Australian dollars. PayPal does a nice job of converting it into U.S. currency. So don't be shy that way. You can also contribute to the show, as several of you do. Contribute show ideas. My email address is in the crawl at the bottom, and I'll post it into the chat here momentarily. So today we will do news articles, and I guess the theme of the show is I am going to show a press conference that happened after Carmelo Anthony's trial. To be honest, we talked about it over a year ago when the incident happened. I haven't really, other than announcing the verdict, I really haven't had an appetite for talking about it. In this case, I don't live there. I didn't watch the trial. I trust the jury did its job. I never thought this was particularly racial. Kids will be kids. I think race has been injected into it. Now, it is Texas. I'm not going to say it couldn't be that way, but it was just never my impression. So I watched a good bit of Sharon's show today. Boy, they're all hot and bothered about the 35 years, which I think it's probably excessive, given the age and the circumstances. Hopefully it's appealable. If for no other reason, they might just be able to say, hey, this sentence is too much, but that's up to the parents and the lawyers. The one thing I do not think this Carmelo Anthony is a reflection on the larger Black demographic in the United States. It's an isolated incident there in Texas and nothing to do with the Black community. Maybe locally you can make the argument, but this is an Anthony family thing and their neighbors and, of course, the victim's family. Nothing to do with me other than to remark why people are doing whole shows. And I was watching Shadow, the Titan Wasp. He was getting upset with people. He was visibly mad at people. I was like, what? Don't you have better things to do? Don't you have a family? I don't understand how people get so worked up over this stuff. Well, I have an idea why, but I'm just not one of them. And I sniped a little bit in the chat as I'm wont to do, but I'm not going to get wrapped around the axle. Like I said, I feel sorry for the kid, feel sorry for the victim's family. I feel sorry for Carmelo's parents, but it is what it is. If I can help, great, but I probably won't be able to do much. So those of us who have kids, and my son's just a couple years older than Carmelo, I've got someone I need to be looking out for. Carmelo has parents. So let's get back to this lovely couple. And honestly, I wish I were living their life right now. I can tell you from personal experience, my garden was way smaller than their project, but this is heaven in the summer. It is literally heaven. The only thing that detracted from my little slice of heaven was I had to damn work every day. But my wife and son got to hang out all day in the garden. So, all right, well, let's get back to it. What's up, big dog?
Now I got to backtrack and find my seeds. Oh, here they are. So what I have here that I am planting is Ball's Orange Calendula and Pacific Beauty Calendula. I'm going to plant the two different varieties, one on either side of the strawberries here. And the reason why I plant the calendula is because I don't buy like lotions and stuff from the store. I tend to make my own body butters and whatnot. And the calendula, you all, is so good for the skin. And I use the calendula in my body butters. And I'll show you, like if I get a good harvest, I can show you how I infuse the calendula into my body butters, okay? And they do leave your skin feeling all smooth and silky soft. But anyway, if you want to try these are on our seed shop, all right? That's www.homesteadheartfarm.com. Go over there and grab your seeds. So let's go ahead now and get this calendula planted in the raised beds. And I think I'm going to spread it out other places too, because I would like a ton of this calendula growing. I do have lavender over there that I use the lavender flowers and I dry those and I use those in my soaps now because, I'm making my own soaps. So I'm going to be using the lavender also, but I think I'm going to put the calendula in different areas where I'm pulling things up out of the garden so that I can harvest as many flowers as I can. I can always dry them, put them in a jar and put an oxygen absorber in and take all the air out and just preserve those for later use. So I need as much calendula as I can get right now. All right. So let me go ahead and get these planted in the raised bed here. And not to mention how beautiful these are going to look. It's so hot out here. The metal buttons on this side of my jumper, they're hot. So it's hot out here. So on this side, I'm going to sprinkle in the Ball's Orange Calendula. And like I said, I'm going to put it down kind of heavy. I'm just going to sprinkle them down. It is so, there are so many ants in this bed. I guess they love it because, yeah, I'm just going to sprinkle them in. That's plenty. I don't need all of those. And I'm going to do the same thing on this side. And I may even put, I don't know, we'll see. we'll see. I'm gonna have to go and find a spot in the big garden, because we got a late start on the big garden because Mr. H was working and doing the best he could, to get things in the garden because I wasn't able to get out there. It was not very much I could do with everything that I was dealing with. And I have to tell you, it was probably the roughest thing I have dealt with, gosh, ever in my life. This is the Pacific Beauty Calendula. Okay, perfect. And so I wasn't able to get out there, but Mr. H, when he could, he would go out and get some things planted. We almost thought that we lost all of our tomatoes, but we didn't. When we put them in the ground, when he put them in the ground, I got to tell you, the bounce back was bouncing back, okay? Those tomatoes was like, no, we good. Just get us in the soil. We good. We'll take it from here. But in truth, God was so wonderful. He really just blessed us with perfect weather. Even though we got a late start, he blessed us with perfect weather so that our crops would have an opportunity to get established because we were so late getting them planted. It was just absolutely amazing. It has been amazing, to see just like how wonderful the weather has been. The rain, came in and we didn't have to worry about watering the crops at all because it's been raining almost every day. It's been raining almost every day, but the rain has been so good for the garden, So everything has really just jumped up, bounced up, and it's looking absolutely wonderful. So now I'm just going to water these in, give them a nice drink of water. I got some wolf spiders in the bed here. So that's awesome because they're going to help with some of the pests as well. And I can tell you, no matter whether you got a raised bed or not, you're not going to get away from pests. You're not going to get away from the ants. They're going to find their way. They're coming, baby. I don't care what you do. Especially if you're not using chemicals in your garden space, then yeah, you're going to run across some ants. So I'm going to heavily saturate this because I want to make sure that I moisten the entire bed so that the moisture doesn't wick over to dry parts and then my plants are not watered properly. And speaking of the man of the hour, my wonderful husband, that man has been looking after me. I have to tell you, he's been looking after me, making sure that I'm okay. He's just making it in from work. I appreciate that black man so much. Yes, I do.
I'm glad that she's saying all this. All these people who are just going back and forth with black men this and black women that, there are plenty of excuse me, there are plenty of black married couples who kind of do these video like they're co-content creators. I'm thinking of man, my voice is hoarse for some reason. I'm thinking of this one couple. They own a private, like a Cessna, and I think they're retired, and the husband is a pilot, and they take all these trips right along the Northeast, and they'll fly from somewhere. I think they live upstate New York. They'll fly into New York City, and they're a couple. They just hop in the plane and go. Plenty of shows where there are a lot of these couples are a bit older, but there are plenty of them out there. There's another couple that hunt and fish. They fish. I don't know if they hunt, but I know they fish together. They're co-content creators on a fishing show. So these old YNs and old female YNs, they're not looking hard. They just like to roost on panels and just snipe back and forth. There are plenty of older black couples out there who set a good example.
Oh, yes, I do. My superhero. Mr. H is home. I think I got those watered in enough. I'm going to show y'all these tomatoes. But first, I got to go hug my Mr. H.
All righty. Y'all, we back. We are back. We are back. We are back. I'm so happy to be out here in the garden and also bringing the super subs in with us on our return to Homestead Heart.
Yes,
Yes, we back, y'all.
we are. Okay, y'all. We in the midst of shade and sun. 'Cause
Yeah.
it's hot.
Yes, it is.
But the tomatoes, I told you, the tomatoes were bouncing back with the bounce back. Look at them.
Yes.
I'm telling you, they really were looking weak and frail because we didn't get them out of the containers because of everything that was going on. And when we got them in the ground, they just look so sickly. Like they just look like we just not gonna be able to make this.
Yeah. And I don't know what I think it was the drought. I think we wasn't getting enough rain.
Well, before we put
Yeah, it was so weird. April showers are supposed to bring May flowers. Oh, excuse me. Both April and May were really unusually dry. And I'd say today is like the first day in probably a week that we haven't gotten some rain or it didn't rain all day. So most of the rain we've gotten has been really in the first couple weeks of June, maybe the last week of May. It's kind of weird.
them in, they were just long overdue from going in the ground.
Yeah.
Because I had the surgery early March and we didn't get these things in the ground until when? April, late
yeah,
April.
Late. We was late.
Late April.
Like we always say, y'all, we gonna fight to the bitter end.
Yeah.
Getting things in late, we don't give up. So what do we have to lose by just trying?
That's right. And as you can see, look at them. They don't look like they did at first.
Yeah. You know what we did? We fertilized them and we
Yeah.
just basically just babied them and
Yeah, we planted them deep.
Hey Caramel, how you doing? Sounds like my voice is gonna go out for some reason. Everybody, Caramel's an old friend of mine, so it's definitely good to see her here. She will keep this chat in order. So yep, good to see you there, Caramel. Let me wrench you up here. There we go. And you know how eclectic I can be. So we do a little bit of everything over here. So yeah, absolutely. I'll drop the link. Usually I do it after the news articles. And this is a little bit of a longish video, but it'll be probably about an hour before I drop the link. If you want to come up earlier, just let me know. I'll send you an engraved invitation. So let's go ahead and get this finished up here. And I got another short video of another gardener that I follow harvesting okra. Or I think she's going to water it before she harvests it.
yeah.
To make sure we can give that root system a good opportunity to, just put out some roots from every part of that stem to give the plants the best chance. And now they have tomatoes all over them.
Yeah.
They look absolutely amazing, you know.
Yeah.
So yeah, the garden is coming along.
It's coming along
So
pretty
nice.
good.
We're gonna have to do a garden tour.
Yes, we got to do a garden tour. And also, y'all, my eggplants bounced back.
Flea beetles were eating holes in every last one of these eggplants. I mean, just was tearing them up, and man, just not looking good at all.
They looked like they was on the verge of dying.
They did.
But we didn't give up.
The rooster's still over here. How did they get over here?
Yeah,
We're gonna have to do a garden tour, so we can show you all everything that we have growing in this garden.
Yes.
And some of the things we didn't even plant.
They just came up.
Look, God did that because I was so concerned. Like, I really wanted to do this and I wanted to do that, and now I'm not going to be able to do this and do that. And lo and behold, I mean, they're just coming up everywhere, and we didn't even plant them.
Seeds from
the previous year
fell down, and they said, okay, we popping back up.
Yep.
We bouncing back.
Yep. So we got okra growing here, but we have okra growing sporadically in different places in the garden.
Yeah.
And you all know my favorite flower is the zinnia, right?
Yeah.
And the zinnias that I started, again, because of everything that was going on, I didn't tend to them, and a lot of them died.
Yeah.
So I didn't have my zinnia starts to put in the ground, but I don't need them. I have a garden full of zinnias just growing in random places. So it's going to be wonderful.
Yeah, we let them be. And so, you know what we did? We struggled, but we didn't give up. And
yeah, it was a struggle.
And she had her surgery, and you know, during that surgery time when she was down, she was giving me orders from the bed. She was, go do that, go do that. She was giving me orders like a drill sergeant.
I was not.
So y'all, you know, I was
no, I
orders.
was not.
Because you know I have passion as well, you know, and so we would communicate, and then so she'd tell me, hey, I want you to go and do this. If you know, we teamed up on it. If she couldn't do it physically, you know, I pitched in and I did what I can do.
Yep.
You know.
And, let me clear that. We still here. Just gotta fix that. Okay.
Yeah. And so you know, we made it happen. You know, we kept the birds going. We kept everything going by the grace of God.
Ooh, it was tough.
By the way, these two are in Georgia. I can't remember if they're down around Augusta. I'm sorry, down around Albany. I know they're south of Atlanta. Believe it or not, I got wind of these two via 12th Man. He kind of told me about them, recommended them, shared them out. And I think he knows where they are in Georgia. Yeah, as a matter of fact, around here, it got up to 89, I think. So it's currently 88 out there. So summer's pretty much here. So if they're south of where I am, yeah, I know it's pretty hot. But it'll be good because we've been getting enough rain. It'll be good for the plants. And caramel, yeah, I have to go and look into some of that. My mother's side of the family's from St. Helena. Down around the Beaufort area. So I know the Sea Islands of South Carolina, you know, south of Charleston, like really well. We used to go over there. My father used to plant a big garden at my great aunt's place. So I am very familiar.
You know, and also, you know, we had the super subs in mind.
Yeah.
Whether or not y'all give us inspiration
and strength. Yeah, that was so valuable to me because I'm just telling you, you know, my daughter was just phenomenal in taking care of her mother. You know,
she was.
When he had to be at work, you know, she would be here in the mornings. She would make sure that I had everything that I needed. She would read me y'all's messages, because sometimes I would just be sitting in the bed just like this, and I couldn't move too much. And I'm telling you, and then to just get up and walk, the heel of my feet touching the floor, it seemed like I was stomping the ground when I wasn't, but just the heel of my foot hitting the ground,
That vibration,
that radiation through my body was just so painful till I had to take my time just going 10 feet to the bathroom,
Yeah.
And so it was just excruciating.
Yeah.
But my daughter was there in the morning, and then she would get off work and she would come and she would read me y'all's comments and stuff, and let me know about the emails that you all were sending. She was handling things for me. And then when Mr. H would get home, then he would tend to me. I mean, I had the two best caregivers in the world for me during that time, right? They were just absolutely amazing. And it just was the experience was something else. And I tell Mr. H, that was worse than childbirth. And I've had natural childbirth 5 times, and
oh my
this
Lord,
journey was worse than all of those combined. It was something. So
and it was over a long period of time. Watching her go through this pain. We just had to keep motivating her, let her know don't give up. Some mornings, she'd be in so much pain to where I wish I could help, but I couldn't. But she made it through.
Thank God.
And I kept y'all in mind, and we're one big family. And there's really no people like the homestead community.
That's true.
We so real with it. We real with the food we grow. We real with how we feel about each other. Helping each other. Getting prepared for the hour that we living in, and trying to just make the best of everything when the chips are down.
That's right.
So now we bouncing back, baby.
Yeah.
We are bouncing back. Y'all, I know y'all been still growing your own groceries. And this is the time, y'all, that we really got to put the feet to the gas pedal.
Yeah, the pedal to the metal.
Even if we haven't started a summer garden, a spring garden, we can always do a fall garden.
Oh my goodness, that's right. And I know you might not be thinking about fall right now, but this is when you should be thinking about fall, right? Because I'm getting ready now to get my Brussels sprout seeds started. I know this is June, but Brussels sprouts take forever.
Yes.
From the time you grow to harvest, it takes forever.
Yeah.
So we're zone 8B. And so I'm going to get them started. This is early June 3rd, I believe, or 4th.
This is June 4th.
I'm going to get those babies started in the morning. I will be getting all of the Brussels sprout seeds, and I'm going to be starting way more than I need, just in case, So it's time to do that, and then to start planning the fall garden, while everything else is growing.
So maybe we can bring them along if they haven't started their spring garden. They can join
summer
us.
Garden now.
Yeah, they summer garden. How you start the fall garden. Maybe they can join in, because they probably want to. They probably freed up from their schedule where they can say, okay, here's my chance to learn how to seed start my mix. Get the seed starting mix together. And get some seeds and start our fall garden.
That's right. That's absolutely right. But it's not too late for the summer, though. You can still grow summer squash. We have green beans growing down there. We have the striped green beans and the royal burgundy bush beans. And all of these are the seeds that are on our shop. We grow the same things, you all. Like our tomatoes, this is all the big beefsteak, a pineapple, mushroom, basket, you name it. This is what we have out here, And so, now the only thing I hear that we're growing that's not on there is the Louisiana 16-inch long okra. And that's what's growing here. And I love that okra.
Not to mention, we also have back there in the back
the moringa.
Yeah, we got the moringa. We got jalapeno peppers.
Tabasco for the Tabasco sauce.
We
Yes.
got bell peppers.
Yes.
And then we also got watermelon.
We do have watermelon growing.
Yes.
Yeah. Wish I could have participated in watermelon wars
Yeah.
with the whole crew that, those professional watermelon growers.
Yeah. They be doing it, don't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I wasn't able to get in before the deadline. But we still are growing watermelon, though. We have watermelon in everywhere just to make sure, because our guineas took out a lot of our fall crop
Yeah.
of the sugar baby watermelon that we were growing in the fall. So they pecked holes in all of that. So Mr. H is going to be working on a
I'm
fence.
gonna be working on a perimeter fence.
Yeah.
I'm gonna fence it all in.
Yeah.
And this year is a very important year. You hear us say this all the time. Every year is an important year, but everybody see the prices of groceries going up. So what we're gonna do? We're not gonna worry about that. We're gonna concentrate on growing our own groceries.
Growing our own groceries.
We're gonna stay in our own zone. We're gonna have our own fun.
Yep.
And we're gonna grow our own groceries, and we ain't gonna worry about nothing else.
And we're gonna try to live in peace in spite of everything that is going on in the world, right? So y'all, we are coming back with Monday Night Chats.
Yes, we are.
Next Monday.
Yes.
Monday Night Chats will be returning to the channel.
Yes.
Mr. H is excited about that. He's been talking about Monday Night Chat. He's been like, I just miss Monday Night Chat.
I do. I miss talking
with everybody. Me too.
You reading the comments, and I like how you narrate it, how you present it. I like how it's set up.
Thank you.
I like how involved the super subs, get when they talk back and forth, and I just love it.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, y'all. I think that's going to do it. We are going to have to do a garden tour. I've been harvesting cilantro because I've been using a lot of cilantro in just about everything I've been eating, because my previous diet was primarily soup.
Yeah. And so they had her, on soup and ice cream.
And ice cream.
But I enjoyed that ice cream though.
And he was eating it right along with me.
I was. I said, okay, I'm gonna eat the same thing you eat.
Yeah,
so,
he did.
And
it would help me so much, because sometimes, like, you just get sick of soup, but that's literally what I was eating for like a month. I couldn't really eat solid foods at all. It had to be.
No, it was more than 1 month.
For the soup only, it was about a month.
Felt like it was long enough.
Well, after the first month, then I could start adding in things that had some texture to it.
Yeah.
But I had to do that slowly.
Yeah.
So Mr. H picked me up some gnocchi soup.
Yeah.
From Olive Garden.
Yeah.
That was like heaven in a bowl.
Yeah, I hooked her up, y'all. She was so happy to get that gnocchi soup.
Yeah, I was so glad to get that gnocchi soup. It was absolutely wonderful, because everything else, I literally, it literally had to go in a blender.
Yeah.
And then I would have to take it, that way, so that I wouldn't upset anything. So I was on that diet for a whole month, and ice cream. Yeah. And you cannot imagine how much weight I gained from that, right? So, and I'm just being honest.
Yeah.
But, immediately after I was cleared to start doing 90% of the things that I used to do, because they did tell me it's going to take a while for me to completely heal. It's not going to be something that happens in, 4, 5, 6 months. It's going to take a while for me to heal, right? So once I got that, I immediately went to a workout program, and I've been on it. And so I'm like, nah, I'm not going out like that.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Because that ice cream, boy, I felt like a Oompa Loompa.
Yeah. So we've been doing pretty good. She's been working out.
Yeah.
I've been working out with her,
Yeah.
And so things been going pretty good,
Mm-hmm.
and so we just glad to get back on the channel, y'all, and getting back to y'all.
Yeah.
We so grateful that everything worked out.
Yeah.
And hey, we back. Homestead Heart. We're back. You
I'm
know,
trying to
and
get back into the swing of things. So y'all be patient.
yeah,
Be patient with me because I'm really trying to find a balance now with things. I don't know. It's weird. It's like I'm brand new at this again. At least that's how I feel.
yeah,
But I'm trying to get back into the swing of things, and so far so good.
yes. Hey, we back. Feels good.
Yeah, it does.
Feels so good.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So
And I have some zucchini I need to harvest. We've been eating zucchini. Oh, it is the
it is.
best.
Yes.
It is the best. It's the Cocozelle zucchini that I'm growing over here. And normally I would grow the gray zucchini and every now and then the black beauty zucchini because the gray zucchini was my favorite. But this Cocozelle is like, I don't know. I can say that all zucchini is not made equal
Yeah.
because that is some good stuff.
Yeah. And we've been eating mainly, from the garden
Yeah,
as much as possible. We want to
yeah,
increase that, and
yeah.
I noticed the difference too,
Mm-hmm.
when you eat stuff fresh from the garden,
Yeah.
when things start to grow,
Mm-hmm.
we can can stuff, but like fresh from the
Fresh
garden.
produce.
Well, I can tell you from experience, it even makes your mood better. Uh, Nothing like going out and pulling a couple squash or zucchini and then washing them off and just tossing them right in however you're going to prepare them. I'm going to move on because they're going to keep talking about the garden. This lady lives about an hour and a half because you got to go through Atlanta to get to her in Winder, Georgia. And I watch her. She's Farmer Ashley. She is going to be fertilizing okra for the last time before harvest. This is a short video. I just enjoy watching this lady. She's one of my favorites.
It's been 2 days since I've been in the garden. What I harvested today, and it's fertilizer day. So I went to go get some fertilizer. You guys know I only use blood meal and bone meal. And so this is what I purchased right here. So I'm getting ready to do the garden. Join me. I got 3 bags and I'm hoping that that's going to be enough. Also, when I was bending down, I noticed that the pineapple is growing another shoot. So, we're regrowing pineapples and avocados and different things. But anyway, it's about time to get ready for these plants to grow for July's harvest, rather. So I'm about to fertilize the whole garden. Hopefully it takes 2.5 bags. So we're gonna go ahead and plant these okras in ground.
Just so you know, I think she grows everything organically. She doesn't use pesticides or anything.
Actually started raining, so let me put out this fertilizer just in case I don't finish the okra right now.
Folks, just hold on a second. My browser just locked up. Give it a minute here. At least this hasn't happened in a while. All righty. Anytime now. I hope I'm not going to have to shut down this browser. That's going to be a pain. Not that I'm even sure that I can shut it down. Come on. Oh, it should have cleared up. Oh, there we go. All right, let's see. Man, that just locked everything up. Sorry about that, folks. It's weird. Mm-hmm. Well, guess there's not a whole lot of narration to this.
Okay, so like I said, it'll be 2.5 bags. Here's the half a bag that's left. Even though that's a little bit more than half. Here's this bag. And here's this bag. I won't have to fertilize for the remainder of the summer season. Spring, summer season.
Huh. Okay.
Here's your local.
Well, we will show this later. All right, so let's get into some news right quick. Trump says, well, Trump was supposed to be hitting Iraq and taking Karg Island, their Iran's island oil facility. But he says he is canceling fresh strikes on Iran, hints at possible peace deal. President Donald Trump abruptly canceled scheduled military strikes against Iran on Thursday evening, reversing hours of intense escalatory rhetoric where he threatened bigger, more powerful bombings. Damn. The sudden turnabout followed a morning of heavy warnings from Trump, who stated on Fox and Friends that he wanted to seize Karg Island, Tehran's principal oil export hub, and questioned whether America had the appetite for his broader military plans. Well, I can answer that for you, asshole. The answer is no. Trump cited breakthrough diplomatic progress on Truth Social as the reason for the stand down, announcing that discussions with the Islamic Republic of Iran have been brought to the highest level of Iranian leadership and approved. A major regional peace transaction appears to be on the horizon, with the president asserting that a broad coalition, including the U.S., Israel, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, and others, has approved the final points and concepts of a potential deal. The U.S. naval blockade will remain in full force despite the pause in airstrikes, with the White House emphasizing the strict maritime enforcement continues until a formal diplomatic signing is finalized. I'll believe it when it happens. Apparently, Bill Pulte, who Trump nominated to replace Tulsi Gabbard, drew a whole lot of guff from both sides of the aisle. So he has decided to pick Manhattan prosecutor Jay Clayton to be the new DNI intelligence chief. So let's see, what do we have here? Anything interesting other than being a prosecutor? He will obviously have to be confirmed by the Senate. Few people anywhere in the legal community are respected at the level of Jay. Okay, what intelligence credentials does he have? He's the U.S. attorney, so he probably has a clearance. And he's a former chairman of the SEC, Securities and Exchange Commission. Yeah, again, another person who's not particularly qualified. This Trump administration. This is something that actually interested me. This is a New York Times special report, I guess. Life inside an ICE detention facility. And I guess I'll just play the video. I don't know if there's a report that goes along with it, but let's hear what this guy has to say. Let's turn
inside an ICE detention facility.
Oops.
This new report offers a rare look at what it's like inside an ICE detention facility.
And if the sound is low, you'll have to adjust your volume.
ICE detention center in New Jersey called Delaney Hall, where individuals inside were on a hunger strike. They were protesting the conditions, spoiled food, overcrowding, inadequate medical care, mental health care. Delaney Hall has become a real flashpoint, but really, in many ways, these complaints are very similar to the complaints that you hear from detainees across the United States. ICE has more than 100 facilities across the country. This report involves a detention facility in Louisiana. And in 2021, the DHS Office of Civil Rights and Civil Liberties told top ICE officials to stop detaining new detainees there due to lack of proper medical and mental health care, among other issues. This new Inspector General's report offers a rare look at what it's like inside this facility. They found holes in the ceilings. They found issues with the infrastructure. The food was being stored at temperatures higher than what they should have been. And the inspectors found that detainees did not have a secure and private means to save their legal work. They found an officer actually applying a chokehold on one of the detainees. In one case, they found an officer actually using a pen to stab the detainee's right thumb. The things that they found in here echo some of the complaints that we're hearing from protesters outside of Delaney Hall. The administration has said that the conditions inside ICE facility are up to the right standards. They have denied, basically categorically, the allegations of the protesters about Delaney Hall, and the issues found by the Inspector General were minor issues. When you're hearing two really vastly different perspectives of what's happening inside ICE detention, from the protesters to the government officials. It's helpful to have a report like this. This new report.
Yeah, this is not good. And I know a lot of folks around these parts are kind of enjoying the the sadism that the Trump administration provides. I'm not one of them, though. I think it's barbaric. All right, so we're going to stick with immigration news here. Immigration judge orders Colombia protest leader to be deported. This is not the famous guy. This is another leader. The funny thing is that he'd be deported back to Jordan. However, he won't be going immediately because I think they're going to appeal this to the First Circuit, which I think is up in like Rhode Island or Boston or somewhere. So he's not gone yet, and they can't deport him. There's like a stay or something on the actual deportation. So if I can, I'll try and keep up with this. This was interesting. So why thousands of Americans are giving up their citizenship? I can't imagine why someone would want to do that, but let's find out here. Oh no. God damn it. I didn't realize CNN Travel you have to subscribe to. Damn it. Oh well, we won't be reading that story because I'm not going to pay for CNN. Unlock unlimited articles with the basic plan for less than $1 a week. I don't know, maybe I will. With the money I saved from the Washington Post subscription cancellation, maybe I'll be able to afford it and the Chicago Tribune. I'll check it out later. All right, for those of us who like football, today is the opening of the World Cup. So unfortunately, Kelvin's not here. He's the only one that I know of that kind of likes FIFA, World Cup type stuff. So I'm sure he's well aware. So this is a video called "Redeeming Democracy." I'm sorry, it's basically the Substack is called "Redeeming Democracy." And how could I resist watching this? It's called Trump's Favorability Free Fall in 2 Charts. And we must watch it because I like seeing Trump's popularity in free fall.
I'd like to welcome you to PRI's first Substack Live, where we're going to be discussing the latest findings with respect to how Americans feel about the job that the president is doing. This is a bit of a sneak peek. A week from today, we're actually releasing a larger survey report called Competing Visions of America, Politics, Religion, and American Identity. And so hopefully you can tune into that for next week. This Substack Live event is the culmination of PRI's Day of Giving campaign, which is centered around the theme of data and democracy. And throughout the day on our social media outlets, we've been making the case that public opinion is essential in a representative democracy. And for nearly 2 decades, PRI has been guided by a core conviction that any understanding of American public opinion is incomplete without a religious lens. So if you believe in our mission, you value our data, please consider making a donation today. You can go to our website at www.pri.org. I'd now like to turn to our 2 special guests joining me today. First of all, I'd like to introduce Dr. Robert P. Jones. He is the president and founder of PRI. He is an award-winning author whose latest book, Backslide, Reclaiming a Faith and a Nation After the Christian Turn Against Democracy, will be published this September. He writes weekly at his Substack, Redeeming Democracy. And for those of you who are Robbie's followers, thank you for joining us today for this Substack Live. I'd also like to introduce another special guest, Dr. Diana Butler Bass. Diana is a founding member of PRI's board. She is a theologian, a preacher, best-selling author. Her latest book is A Beautiful Year. She also writes weekly, or more than weekly, actually, at the cottage on Substack. So we're delighted to welcome her and Substack followers of Diana's today for this event here. So Robbie's going to start by going over the latest findings with respect to what Americans think about Trump's performance. Then we're going to turn to Diana for her thoughts on what these findings have to say about both the midterm elections that are upcoming, but also about the larger state of religion and American politics. I'll talk a little bit about younger voters. We'll talk about Hispanics. Some of these numbers are really, really interesting. And then if we have time, we'll perhaps get to some of the live chat questions we have on the side. So Robbie, I'm going to give it to you.
All right. Well, thanks, Melissa. I'm kind of proud to be here on, PRI's first Substack Live. Yes. Hooray. Joining the 21st century on Substack. So happy to be here, and happy to be here with my good friend, longtime friend, Diana Butler Bass. Before I jump into the numbers, I do want to say, so I'm so happy to have Diana here with us. Diana was one of PRI's founding board members way back in the day. And so when I was looking around for people to support this thing that only existed on paper, that we were calling the Public Religion Research Institute, and I was thinking about, boy, who would help me do this? Diana was on the very short list of early people. Diana, I think your signatures are on the founding documents. If you kind of dig through our files of kind of getting everything, legally filed back there. So thank you for all of your support. Again, it's been almost 20 years since we were having those conversations. I know back there. So thank you for that. And then many of you do know, because you probably hear from the cottage, are from the Convocation Unscripted, so where Diane and I, along with our colleagues Jamar Tisby and Kristen Dumais, have a weekly conversation. It is the Convocation Unscripted about all things religion and politics. We often pull in PRI data for that conversation as well. And one last thing is Diana's got a book out. It's called A Beautiful Year. You should take a look at it. If you grew up with these, as I did, with these kind of go through the year with liturgy and prayer and stuff, this is the thing you want in this moment in time. It really takes you through the liturgical year, and it is a beautiful book. And so in these times where things are so challenging, so fraught, I think it's a good resource to kind of keep everybody level-headed, grounded, which, by the way, is another book title I think you had, right? As well. So anyway, with that, I'm going to jump into the data a little bit. And as Melissa said, this is a sneak preview. It's a little slice of a bigger survey we're going to release next week that is all about America's 250th anniversary and answering these big questions like, who are we as a country? Who do we want to be as a country? And what is the American public?
This this particular organization is basically a religious think tank, and they do all kinds of surveys on, they basically look at the religious community. Now it's ecumenical. They will break the people they survey down by whatever their faith is, Catholic, Episcopalian, on down. Christian, basically, based I can't remember if they do Islam or Judaism, but the last time I looked at one of their papers, they're almost like Pew Research but for religion. And it was very detailed. I was very impressed. And consequently, I subscribe to their Substack. And periodically they put out good stuff. So this is going to be a quick down and dirty about Trump's poll numbers, which are just in the tank right now, mainly because he loves inflation. That's not helping his poll numbers. But anyway, this isn't too long. Let's hear what they got to say. And I have dropped the link, by the way, if anybody wants to come up.
Think about that. What do religious Americans think about that? We'll be answering those bigger questions next week. This week, we want to kind of just dive in with this look at where are we with the favorability of our current president here. And so I'm going to share my screen. And so we're just going to go all tech now. So we got like, Substack Live, and we're sharing screens. Hopefully it doesn't all blow up. But so I want to really just stay with two charts here. There's a lot here. If you want to dig in much deeper, we've got trends, as you can see. We got many other things as well. But I really just want to stay with make sure, can you guys see it? The screen?
Just coming up now, actually.
There it is. Okay. Yeah,
There it is.
it took a little while. All right. So I'm just stay with two charts. There's much more here. Again, it's prri.org. If you want to get, it's right there on the homepage. If you want to go see and do a deeper dive here, but I just want to look at two. One of them is the decline in Trump's favorability between 2024 and 2026. And here, you know, often with polls and then kind of looking at politics, people kind of, and PRI does too, look at Republicans and independents and Democrats. For this, we decided to slice it a little thinner. And actually, we have a 7-point partisan scale that goes all the way from strong Republican to strong Democrat. And it allows us to get a little finer grained look at the data. This is actually one of the things that PRI is known for, is having bigger sample sizes. So you can't slice the data this thinly and really look at these subgroups without a large data set. So this is a survey of 5,000 Americans conducted in the first couple of weeks of May. And it allows us to look here, and you'll see this very, very distinct pattern. Before I say anything, you'll just see the independents right here in the middle. And we're comparing numbers from a survey that PRI conducted, really our flagship American Values Survey, right before the 2024 presidential election, and this most recent data just out of the field today. And you'll see here that it really is independents. And these, by the way, are true independents. These are independents who do not lean Democrat, nor do they lean Republican. They say they don't lean either way. Mix of that, and they are here. They have dropped 21 percentage points since right before the presidential election. Their favorability of Donald Trump is now at, wait for it, 14% today. And you'll see the other groups that really have dropped in terms of the political lens here are independents who lean Republican. They are now at 48%. And these are groups that typically do vote Republican, but they're now below a majority. They dropped 17 percentage points since the election. And then the kind of softer Republicans who are partisans, but not as strongly, still in majority territory at 63%. But even there, they dropped 7 points. The strong Republicans really haven't moved at all, nor have strong Democrats. So it really is this kind of center and center right move that we've seen kind of pull away from the president in terms of favorability over the last couple of years. And then there's another similar chart that we have here. We have trends and all that, but just to kind of give you all in one chart, if you look at the landscape in terms of religion, and at PRI, we break out these religious groups fairly finely. Again, we have a large sample size. We're able to do this with higher confidence. And again, the things that stand out. So if independents stood out in that previous chart, the thing that jumps out at you here are Hispanic Protestants and Hispanic Catholics. Now, for those of you who maybe haven't tracked it, you should know that these two groups, Hispanic Protestants and Catholics, actually vote very differently. In most presidential elections, you will have Hispanic Catholics voting for Democratic presidential candidates. And then these last few election cycles, we've had Hispanic Protestants voting for Trump. And in fact, have voted for Trump about 6 in 10. So I think that, again, is probably the most remarkable one, is a 14 percentage point drop among a group that voted about 6 in 10 for Trump in the last presidential election. Their favorability of Trump is now down to 37%. Right. And Hispanic Catholics who only a minority voted for Trump, but still their favorability is down to 23% after a 14% drop. This group of non-Christian religious Americans are kind of Jews, Hindus, Buddhists, Muslims in that group, dropped 9 percentage points down to only 18 percentage points. And then the thing I think, if you look at it across here, is a drop across all white Christian groups, evangelicals, non-evangelicals, white Catholics, about the same among unaffiliated. But here's what's remarkable. There's really only one religious group in the entire religious landscape now that has a favorable view of Trump. and that is white evangelical Protestants. They are still 2/3 favorable. Wow. Believe it or not, that's a drop of 5 percentage points. So he's lost ground even among white evangelicals, but they're still with him by a margin of 2-1. But it's notable that that is the only group in the religious landscape that is in majority territory. You now have the mainline are non-evangelical Protestants below majority, white Catholics below majority here. That's something quite new. Both of those groups, by the way, voted in favor of Trump about 6 and 10, like Hispanic Protestants. So those are two Trump supporting groups that are below 50% as well. So I'm going to like park the bus there and turn it over to historian extraordinaire here, Diana Butler Bass, and get her to kind of give us her thoughts on, wow, what do we make of all of this?
Well, I always love talking about numbers, Robbie. You give me numbers and I try to think about historical trends. So translating numbers into how we're living the stories on the ground, I think is really important. I'm sort of fascinated by the fact that in all of the white groups, the favorability drop is the same. It's less 5, less 5, and less 5. And so you might look at that and say, that's pretty interesting. Who are those white people? And what is the thing that is swaying them? And I'm really interested in that question. And then you look at how big the percentages were of that same group that voted for Trump originally. And also I'm kind of geeky about this. So I went back to the high numbers as well, because the original numbers from September 24, Trump actually went up in all of these categories. And so to see him go down so far across the board with white people is very interesting. But the -5 among white evangelical Protestants.
Well, I have an idea of why, because ICE was killing white people. That might have something to do with it.
Still leaves you with a really big percentage because it's a smaller drop. It's the same size drop, but in a much bigger group. And so it shows to me that there's a robustness in these religious communities, in these churches, where they really are holding on to Trump. And this is even after things like the Trump Jesus AI meme, where some evangelical pastors got very upset by that. It's to me, at least, encouraging to see.
I think it's basically people don't want to admit that they're wrong. I kind of see a phenomenon like this in my own chat, throughout the week. There's some people here who are just, and they know who they are, and I can name names, but it's like they are Trump. They are ride or die with Trump, no matter how awful his administration gets. They're just going to say, oh, I'm with Trump. I think those same people, I think my folks are basically suffering the same thing as these white folks she's talking about. They just can't admit that they're wrong. I'd be interested to know how many of those people who are still saying, oh, hey, I'm with Trump, actually vote for his successor.
That white mainliners and white Catholics are finally below 50%. And I am absolutely positive that that's attributable to immigration issues and what happened specifically in Minneapolis in January. That's when you saw a really big drop into March 26. Both of those communities care about immigration, and both of them have done a lot religiously to support immigration in the United States. And so that they are reacting to that is no surprise.
You want to think just a little bit about that, about kind of the positionality of mainline in that upper Midwest, area of the country, and yeah, their history there of like refugee resettlement, and just to kind of round it a little more. I know I've heard you talk about that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's almost like if you wanted to insult the main line, the white main line, the place where you would go to do it would be the upper Midwest, because that is the place where these denominations, the old white label denominations, Lutheran, Methodist, etc., this is one of the places where they're the strongest. And in Minnesota in particular, they're one of the majority religious communities as far as Lutherans are concerned. And when ICE came in and went after the immigrant community, they went particularly after Somalis. There were other immigrant communities they also attacked. But the Lutherans have had a big impact on bringing Somali refugees to the United States, have a multi-decade relationship with the Somali community, and have supported it through its history now in the United States from the late 20th into the beginning of the 21st century. And so when they came after the Somalis, it was literally like for the white Lutherans of Minnesota attacking their friends and neighbors. These are the people that they supported to bring here as refugees. And so that
often supported, just saying, with the support of the federal government, right? They were cooperative. Yeah,
that's correct. Their social services organizations were supported by both the churches and by money from the federal government. And it's really,
hey, nobody's going to fault the Trump administration with actually having a brain. All they saw were Somalis. They saw Somalis. They didn't think about how the Somalis got here or who their sponsors were. They just saw brown skin. Yeah, that sounds like something the Trump administration would not only do, but relish, would enjoy doing. And the white people who might get in the way, well, you know what? That's what you N-word lovers get. That's probably the Trump administration mantra.
that way, kind of all scattered all through the Midwest in places where towns and counties were in decline. A lot of religious groups brought in refugees. In Iowa, and in Ohio, the Haitian community was supported by, I believe it was the Congregationalists and the Methodists. And so it was almost like a targeted sort of way of kicking these white mainline churches in the teeth and saying, all this work you've done, which you have seen previously as good work, benefiting both America and your own religious command to love your neighbor as yourself, and to treat refugees and immigrants well, all that work, that was for nothing. As a matter of fact, we're going to undo your good work. And people were really, really angry. And that's when you started seeing pastors and members of congregations, people who are obviously religious folks, flooding the streets and standing up for their neighbors. And so that I was certain when that was happening that I could almost hear the numbers dropping like a rock. And that's exactly what happened in your survey. And so that's really significant. It's a very similar situation among white Catholics and their views of immigration, and also the ways they've participated with the federal government and bringing especially communities from Africa and also from Latin America to the United States. So that's, to me, that seems like it explains that drop. As the immigrant issue gets a little quieter or seems a little bit more under the surface, you might see that number bounce a little bit. I think it will get a little fungible because white mainliners and white Catholics also tend to be fairly patriotic. So if they get to be convinced that they need to support a president during wartime, you might see a couple of those numbers rise just a little bit, but I don't expect them to go over 50% anytime in the near future. And then the other piece religiously is the fascinating story about Hispanic Catholics and Protestants. And that is fascinating just to see how much Hispanic Protestants were voting like evangelicals and how they're not right now. The numbers are very, very different in your survey. And just to see that Hispanic.
I will vote for Donald Trump. I.
Catholics have been one of the groups that has been most resistant to Trump all along, and they continue in that same pathway. This is going to make a huge difference in Arizona, California, Texas, Florida, and New Mexico. All of those states with huge, huge Hispanic immigrant populations. I would say in Texas, this is the real wild card number.
Yeah, I think that's right. And
Latino for Trump is going to be the last Latino standing when it comes to Trump.
Note that, in many of those states you named, the Catholic vote is overwhelmingly Latino, right? In those states. I mean, so it to alienate Latino Catholics, in that world is not, and Latino Protestants who have voted for Republican candidates. I mean, that's a challenge. And on that, looking ahead to the midterms, one other thing I'd add is, if you look at the states that, are always the swing states and that determine presidential elections that are likely to determine the balance of power in Congress in the midterms, they're not South Carolina and Alabama, where evangelicals are so strong. They are those upper Midwest states. I mean, they're Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. These are the states where mainliners and white Catholics actually are fairly strong, and in fact, vastly outnumber evagelicals in those states. And so you lose that drop there could turn out to be quite consequential, in the upcoming elections.
It is literally like a targeted alienation campaign. You go out, they've gone after the strongest religious groups in the two areas of the country that they need the most. The Rust Belt, going after white Catholics and white mainliners where they're super strong, and then going after Hispanics in the Southwest, where you absolutely have to have that Hispanic Protestant vote or you're just not going to win. And that's been the thing in Arizona, is Arizona has more Hispanic Catholics than they have Hispanic Protestants. It's a much more evenly sort of divided Hispanic community with a preference towards Catholicism. And so to this point, the Hispanic Catholic vote has tended to impact the Hispanic vote overall in Arizona. But if you start throwing in some Hispanic Protestants and the Catholic number is falling, you've lost Arizona. These are all swing states.
Yeah. Well, Melissa, you want to jump in?
Yeah, I just thought I'd spend a few minutes. It's already 3:21. I don't know.
Yeah, I was just looking at the time. Yeah.
My goodness, we could do this all day. I just wanted to talk a little bit about younger Americans and their views on Donald Trump. I've written a book called The Politics of Gen Z, and I think that those numbers are really revealing. And so in 24, of course, a lot of attention was focused on the fact that Donald Trump made inroads to younger voters. Really largely young men as opposed to young women. So if we look at some Pew validated voter files, which are considered to be sort of the most accurate gauge we have of how people actually voted, Trump's share of votes for young women went up from 32% in 2020 to 34%. But among young men, it went from 39% in 2020 to 46%. And I think that's important and not told. That's a story that's not told a lot, that all the exit polls showed that Trump actually had a majority of young men, but we go back and look through the data, that wasn't necessarily the case. But nonetheless, there were, I think, significant inroads that Trump made with young men. And a lot of people believed it was because Trump decided to go on to the manosphere and talk to influencers where young men were hanging out and listening, right? And so in ways that Kamala Harris did not. I think maybe around the margins that might have mattered in close races. But our analyses at PRI have found that the very biggest reason that people give for voting for Donald Trump in 2024 was the economy, right? And so a lot of these younger voters tend to be less likely to turn out, than older voters. They're hard hit by economic issues more than others are. And so I think it should be, again, no surprise that when we look at the data, and this is on the Spotlight analysis, you can kind of scroll down and look at different categories of favorability and Trump views. Back in the beginning of Trump's term, 35% of young Americans gave Trump a favorable approval rating. 35%, not very high. It's now down to 24% in the latest data. It's also a matter of intensity. So one of the things we don't have in the spotlight, if you go back to the data, I think when you think about elections, you have to think not only about general favorability, but how intense those views are. We collapse Americans who say they hold very favorable and somewhat favorable views together. We also collapse those who hold somewhat favorable and then very unfavorable views together. But if you look at the intensity gap, the people that are on the two kind of very favorable, very unfavorable lines among Americans, 16% hold very favorable views of Trump. They're probably largely white evangelical Protestants, but 49% hold very unfavorable views. That's a huge intensity gap that's going to matter with respect to turnout in the election. It's even bigger among younger Americans, right? So just 10% hold very favorable views of Trump compared to almost 60% who hold very unfavorable views. This is a president who is not very popular with young people. And of course, I think part of it has to do with the economy, by and large, right? The economy is worse than when Trump entered office. Many young people decided to maybe take a chance and vote for Trump, and it's not really paying off. We've had inflation going up. There's deep anxiety about AI and what it's going to do to jobs. But also the war in Iran is very unpopular among Americans writ large, but really especially among Americans who are under the age of 30. So the New York Times and Siena did a poll a couple weeks ago that found that 65% of Americans disapprove of Trump's handling of the war in Iran, 65%. It jumps to 81% among young people, 81%. And among those, 73% say they strongly disapprove. So it's an intense uneasiness and unhappiness with this war in Iran here. And last point here is the generic ballot to talk about, again, from the Siena New York Times poll. This is a measure that many political scientists and pollsters consider to kind of give us a preview of how people might be inclined to vote. So on polls, they might ask a generic, who do you tend to vote for in the House, a Republican or a Democrat? So currently among Americans, it's 51 to 35 in favor of Democrats, which is good. I think good for the Democratic Party, not so good for the Republican Party. Among young people, it's 62 versus 26 in favor of the Democratic Party. Now, the one thing to bear in mind when we think about elections and young people, they don't vote as high as other groups in society. We know that religious voters, like white evangelicals, tend to disproportionately turn out at higher numbers. But I do think that this is an area where I think the Republicans are pretty vulnerable as we head into the election. And the final thing I'll say, too, here is because, I have to talk about Gen Z and gender. The group that consistently has the most unfavorable views of Donald Trump by far are young women. So 62% of Gen Z women in our poll hold very unfavorable views, right? Only 6% of Gen Z women hold favorable views of Trump. And so this is evidence that they're just not buying all the manosphere, masculinism, trad wife content. And young women tend to vote more than young men. So I think that's something to consider as we head into the elections as well.
I thought of you as I was reading this for a completely sort of historian anecdotal story thing that I ran across this week. I have a very good friend in North Carolina who is basically a socialist. And he goes every week to a cigar bar that is this incredibly place populated with mostly men, and they're mostly under 40, and they all sit around and smoke cigars together. So during the election run-up, he was telling me the whole time in 2024, Trump's going to win, Trump's going to win, Trump's going to win. And he was talking about the attitudes of the young men he was hanging around with in the cigar bar. This last week, I was on the phone with him, and almost all of the young men who he hangs out with had gotten letters in the last 2 to 3 weeks from the federal government that ended their student loan programs. And so this is something that's not showing up in any of the mainstream news, but the act that Biden passed that pulled back student loan payments, those are all gone now. And my friend alone had gotten a bill from the federal government for $10,000. And so right now, as you all might have even been in the field with this polling, is that young adults across the country were getting these letters saying that their student loans were no longer in a status of being forgiven, and that they had to now re-enroll in payment programs, and that they were going to owe XYZ so many thousands of dollars. So it is the economy in general, but there's a very specific issue that had impacted that election. It was about student loans and the affordability of higher education, and that loan is back, or that issue is back front and center among young adults.
Wow, I had not heard that either. I knew that they were trying to reconfigure some things, within the now defunct, I guess, Department of Education. But wow, that's pretty shocking. Robbie, we have a few minutes left, but any final thoughts that you want to share with respect to what these data tell us about what we can expect this fall?
Yeah, I'm just reminded too that when you look at this data, I mean, you really do see that it's like a third of the country, supporting the president's current agenda, and we see this pattern over and over and over again. It's like 1/3, 1/3, 2/3 are over here. We'll have some more data on this next week about what kind of a country do Americans want to live in, right? And we're seeing this 2/3, 1/3 pattern. The real challenge is when it comes down to voting is turnout. And I think that's going to be the real key. That affects young people who turn out slightly lower rates than older Americans do. And so if you've got super turnout among kind of Trump's base and then lower turnout amongst others, the opinions of the country won't be reflected in those electoral outcomes. And I think that's just a real wake-up call. That, part of democracy, I mean, the good news about public opinion polling is that we can tell people, like, this is where the country actually is. It's not over there. It is actually over here, right? But the only way that gets translated into a kind of policy and governmental reality is if those people turn out and vote and express their opinions, at the ballot box. So, here's hoping that the country, that we will have a democracy that is more representative of the actual views of the country that we see, in high quality public opinion polling like this.
Wonderful. Diana, any final thoughts as we close?
Oh, I just noticed in a comment thread that someone said that the Somalis weren't the main target of ICE in Minnesota. They were the main target rhetorically of the president, and I think of the larger public discussion. And I think there were lots of reasons for that, because people understood there was a face to it. Representative Omar as a Somali. And also, we got to say it has to do with race. Those are immigrants that are out there, and they're Black. And the other racial groups, of course, were
Don't tell the Somalis that.
For Hispanic and Asian, and they're the Hmong people, which again were supported very strongly by the Catholic Church and by Lutheran Social Services in the Upper Midwest. And there are a lot of Hispanic immigrants in the Upper Midwest as well. And so apparently more people got arrested out of the Hispanic communities and out of the Asian communities overall. But when Trump talked about it, the Somalis were really kind of the face of that attack in Minneapolis and the Twin Cities area. And so I just want to make sure.
For some reason, she didn't mention this issue with were they PPP loans or just some sort of federal money that's a target of federal investigations that involved Somali daycares or something. That was part of it too. Yeah, it's all racial. We all know what Trump and MAGA is full of.
When we talk about immigration, there's a couple of different levels of it. There's how the president talks about it, who are his targets, and then what's happening on the ground, who is actually getting arrested, who's experiencing the harm. And in both levels, the churches up there were aware and very upset, and they were impacted very strongly across the board by both the public prejudice and the actual execution of the plan.
Yeah, and I think too, the Trump administration consistently going after and trying to blame the Somalis on fraud with respect to daycare. I mean, it's an ongoing running theme on a lot of far right news. And so that's the picture of who's the problem, the othering that we see. And I think there's obviously also a racial component to it as well. Well, on that kind of downer note, I do want to talk about, I want to thank everyone for joining us today. I think we managed to have a successful Substack Live. A few folks have said in the chat, is this data available? Absolutely. Go to our website, pri.org, and you'll see right at the top a link to this new Spotlight analysis. Please tune in next week, a week from today, when we release our new Major News Survey report. At the same time, if you're so inclined, this is a moment when serious public interest journalism and evidence-based research are under attack more broadly. And I think that what makes me proud of being affiliated with PRI is that we have a commitment to very gold standard methodology, to illuminating kind of the facts, and bringing.
I hate to cut her off in the middle of her commercial. But by the way, all these links that I'm looking at are in the show notes. If anybody wants to go back and follow up on any of these reports. Next up is something that I found very interesting. What we know about U.S. sea drone, the U.S. sea drone used in the helicopter crew rescue mission. Those Apaches have 2 crew members. So this little boat here picked up a couple airmen and helo crew members, and it's got the company that makes it is what's it called? It's a Corsair, and the company called Corsair. Well, we'll find out. This is a promotional video for it, so let's have a look. And let's turn on the sound. Oh, there is sound. Oh, that sucks. Let me reload this page. You would think there'd be sound, like music or something. Let's try this again. No, apparently there's no sound. That sucks. Well, I'll enlarge it. You can see these little drones. I guess they're going out to do something. But yeah, this is pretty amazing. So they sent these drones out to pick up the 2 helo guys. Probably just programmed the GPS and said, go get them. And I guess they crawl aboard, and I wonder if they're armored or not. They don't look armored. They look like they're just plain old fiberglass. But pretty amazing stuff. So that's what picked up the helicopter, folks. And let us move on. Last couple items here. Airbag thefts in Chicago. I had no idea you could steal airbags, but apparently they figured out how to do it in Chicago. Let's listen to this. Oh man, why am I hold on one second here. Something is not right.
Editorial, airbag thefts are surging.
Oh, there we go.
Chicago needs to shut down the market. Not long ago, Chicago drivers were scrambling to protect their catalytic converters. Some paid hundreds of dollars for protective shields rather than risk a theft that could cost thousands. Now we're well into 2026, and car owners, whether you live in the city or are just here for a visit, face a new threat: smashed windows and stolen airbags. Airbag thefts are on the rise across the city, affecting the north, south, and west sides alike, reminiscent of the airbag theft wave that hit during the 1990s as airbags became standard equipment in vehicles. Criminals stole or damaged 2,073 airbags in the first 5 months of the year, compared to just 147 for all of 2023, 2024, and 2025 combined, ABC7 reported. The risk is especially high if you own a Honda, due to their popularity and the reported ease of airbag removal. It's a fix that isn't as easy as you might think, and can cost thousands of dollars and incredible inconvenience for a part that ultimately can only fetch thieves a few $100s at most. A vehicle missing an airbag has lost a critical safety feature, and many owners are forced to wait weeks for repairs. This safety feature is indispensable, which makes this new wave of thefts particularly pernicious. The city has got to stop this. Airbag theft may sound like petty crime, but it's not. People deserve to feel safe parking their cars in the city, and they need to be able to get to and from work, school, and home. That cost affects Chicagoans unevenly. While for some it's an inconvenience, for others it means missed shifts, difficulty picking up children, and lost mobility.
Well, I'm going to stop this right here. This is big city living. It is odd. And yeah, I actually had my car broken into. This is like 30 years ago, probably. It's parked out in a parking lot. I was at work, and the took the stereo, and really the stereo wasn't as big a deal as getting the damn glass out of the car and the driver's side window repaired. It was just a mess. So big city living. So this, of course, if since I like to cook at home, this was very interesting. Occasionally, I'll get charts and information and articles from the USDA Economic Research Service. And this particular chart and data is total U.S. food spending reached $2.51 trillion in 2025. So U.S. inflation adjusted food expenditures 1997 through 2025. So we're up around a little bit over $2.5 trillion in 2025 total food. What actually amazed me is that almost let's just say about $1.4 trillion spent on food away from home. And you can see right in 2020, there was a huge dip when everybody basically, everything was shut down during COVID. Food at home, way down just over maybe $1.2 trillion. I cannot figure out, that's like a shitload of money that America's spending on food away from home. That's like $400,000 or something like that. I'm sorry, $400 billion, like a gap here. That's a lot of money. I had no idea. I guess I knew people. Eat out a lot, but I didn't realize it was that big a gap. So all I can say to young people, my son is a pretty good cook in his own right. I know it's so. And by the way, living in the dorms, apparently he's addicted to DoorDash, but DoorDash is expensive as F. It's like 3 or 4 times what you would just get the food from the grocery store and cook it yourself. What are these young people doing? If you can possibly make your meals at home, do it. You can cook stuff as good as or better than you get out at these restaurants, and the sodium, you get to control what goes in the food. And the funny thing is, a lot of these restaurants, they order food from these I can't think of the name. They order from these food service companies. A lot of this stuff you get in restaurants are canned, processed, same as you would get at the grocery store, except restaurants buy it in bulk. If you're into nutrition, restaurants are not where you need to be going. If you're on any sort of, dietary restriction, or you're into fitness or anything like that, You want to be cooking at home. The food is just outright healthier. So we love food. Well, Brian, nothing like a home cooked meal. Nothing like home cooked eggs and bacon with a side of grits. Yep, I agree. Though, funny enough, I'm not that much into bacon these days. I'd much prefer just like sausage links. All right, so that is pretty much where we are. Yeah, big dog, everything's fine here anyway. Um, so we got videos, and the first video uh, that I have to show is a conference that this lady. Now, Caramel sent me this video. See, she just comes right in contributing to the show. So there's this lady called Dr. Matthews. I don't know what her full name is. Just Dr. Matthews. If anybody lives in Houston, maybe you know who she is. She's pretty good looking. I'll give her that. So she's definitely caught my attention. But she's calling this the modern day lynching. Dr. Matthews calls for appeal after Carmelo Anthony's sentence to 35 years. This is from Houston Stringer. I'm not familiar, and I don't know if Caramel's still in the audience. But anyway, I appreciate her sending it, and let's hear from this good-looking young lady here. It looks like she's got an NOI guy with her. Standing guard, maybe? Let me make sure that that this is set up right. Get that out of the way. Let's go ahead and maximize you. There we go. And let's see what she's got to say.
At everything, if everything is clear. Yeah, y'all come on, yeah, because they need to be able to see. Yeah, y'all come on, y'all stand around.
Okay.
Stand around.
Okay, praise be.
Okay. Testing 1, 2, 3. Give me a thumbs up when you're ready, y'all. Ready? Hello, everyone. I'm Dr. Candace Matthews. I am the National Minister of Politics for the New Black Panther Nation, and I'm also a national renowned human civil rights activist,
awesome.
advocate, and author. I'm here today because I was summoned by the community. What I seen in the past week and a half was a new era, real live lynching that happened with Carmelo Anthony. Now, I had a lot of people reaching out to me on social media. I had a lot of people tagging me and everything because I cannot be everywhere at one time. I'm all over the United States.
That's right.
But the thing is that when I seen that they had an actual activist and they had a legal team and they didn't have no black people on the jury, that would not have happened on our watch. I don't understand how that was even able to go further than that. That should have went to the First Court of Appeals. Then after the First Court of Appeals, then it go to the Fifth Circuit Court. We would have took it all the way to the Supreme Court. That didn't happen. Another thing that I looked at is that we had people here that were paid to be moles to create chaos. See, we used to dealing with that when we on our activism travels across this United States. That would not have happened on our watch. But again, let's be clear. Everything happens for a reason. But one thing I want to let the community know, just because I wasn't here doesn't mean I wasn't working. We were working behind the scenes because we knew that this was a setup from the beginning.
Yes.
We knew that they was going to find him guilty. We didn't know that it was going to be 35 years though, but we knew that it was going to be something that was going to be egregious. Yes. And that's why I want to give a shout out to Charleston White. I want to give a shout out to Brother Cornell X, because all of us got together so we can help this family to be able to get the proper legal team that's needed. And what we do, we're not going to push a legal team on you. We're going to give you the top of the notch, creme de la creme, and you pick who you want to fit for you.
Yes.
Okay? And that is exactly what we're doing right now at this time. Now, we know that they was running everything real quick with this case because I thought everything was going to be done today. I thought it was going to be done today. It was 2 days ago. And guess what? I couldn't be here for that day because guess what? Because as an activist, when you hold people accountable, they set traps for you. Yeah. I had to be in court for a case that they was trying to set me up on that got dismissed on. Okay? But guess who here today?
Yep. Dr. Matthews.
Okay? So when you're dealing with a case of this magnitude, you have to have an experienced activist. You have to have an experienced legal team. And that's exactly what we saw, okay? And I'm not trying to step on nobody's toes. It is what it is. Now we are at this point where I seen a DA, I seen a judge, I seen the Metcalf family, I seen my people, and the whole United States seen what happened here. So now where we are is what the next steps. Because see, I'm not going to do no press conference with no rah-rah. I don't have time for that. Now it's about action and plans of action. What I seen was that this young man, I've worked on several cases, criminal cases. I have never seen no inmate that's in a county jail going to TDC the very next day. Normally it takes 30, 60, 90 days before you are able to get on their chain to go to TDC. They hurry up and got this baby out of here. Then another thing that we also seen, that's why I'm bringing this information to you. What we also seen was that they already gave him a public defendant for the appeal. So this is why this is very evident and this is important why I had to come here so you don't get no misinformation. So now what's happening is that we have to ensure that there is the right, correct legal team to help in this process because we can't have no more ball dropping, y'all. We cannot, because we have a young man life that's at stake at this time. Now, I'm not finna get into retrying this case because that happened then. We are here now. We are here dealing with the appeals process. This is what we own, and the time clock starts now. The fight starts now. The fight starts now, people. This is not something that we just have to be, no. This is serious. This is serious. And then I want to also say to the very people that would say, well, Dr. Matthews, she's not here. No, baby, you don't know what the hell I was doing. Because at the end of the day, I'm here now. The big dog is here now. And people going to be held accountable in these streets. And one thing that I want to lay out, because I know y'all didn't know nothing about this, since what I was told by some of the court watchers, they would bring information to me and tell me how the DA was talking in that hearing, would tell me how the judge was moving in that hearing, right? Well, baby, I got some tea on them in the bag of evidence. Baby, this is the hammer bag of evidence. So, hold this for me, brother. See, I ain't come out here to play. Bring it on. I came out here since you over here want to call this boy a murderer, then we're gonna take the covers off you. Ain't no way in hell that you need to be a damn DA with this foolishness. Did you know? Hold this, please.
I got you.
That there is a 75-page federal lawsuit for sexual harassment of the DA that was saying that Carmela Anthony is a murderer. Well, you need to be a registered sex offender, sucker. Let me read.
We ain't know that.
The pot calling the kettle black, but you the whole DA out here. Oh, so you thought y'all was the only one that could go in PACES. And let me explain to you what PACES is. PACES is the database for federal lawsuits. See, we have a research team, baby, that's colder than the media. So let me go ahead and read a little bit of it, show you how disgusting this joke is.
It's serious.
After Jane Doe 1 refused defendant Willis, ain't that his name, Greg Willis? Oh, okay. Advances at the Galveston TDCAA conference, he treated her quite differently in the workplace. He began demeaning and berating her. In one closed-door meeting, he told her, "You think like a child, and I would treat you like a child." Defendant Willis likely appreciated the gender slurring that is implicit in a male supervisor telling a female employee that she thinks like a child. Oh, wait a minute, it gets better. Hold on. Hold on. More than once.
SKC, this is an interesting comment you made. You say, what a culture? You mean Texas culture? I think she's in Houston. Yeah, that's how I see it. I'm not a part of this culture. Are you? You're in Texas, so maybe you know more about this culture than I do. Tell us about it.
She tried to break free, but he held her tighter. These physical encounters were unwanted and sexual in nature.
After all, SKC, she's got a cowboy hat on, so yes, I imagine this is like the soul brother version of shit kicking culture out there in Texas.
Jane Doe 1 eventually put in for a position in the Victim Assistance Division and got it in December 2020. This role put her under the supervision of Chief Prickle. However, the unwanted touches and full frontal hugs with moaning continued. The most recent of the sexualized hugs back in April 2022. We got a damn freak.
Not sexualized hugs.
But you want to talk about Carmelo Anthony? No, we're gonna talk about you. Because if you want to sit up here and go do this rocket docket type case, well, we're gonna rocket docket your ass. Because you need to be in jail. You do not need to be a DA here. But see, this is what they don't tell you. That's why you got to research your people, who you're voting for. And I'm finna say this to the Republican Party. Republican Party, y'all need to write somebody else in. Because this man here is a sexual deviant. And he has no place being a DA here in Collin County. And if you want to see this.
Now, it's so funny because this morning, Big J did a show, and he was just saying that somebody needs to go because this guy's going to wind up, the current DA is going to wind up running unopposed. So apparently she may be doing Big J's work for him. So very interesting. He said he was going to call the NAACP, but looks like the new Black Panther Party has that base covered. So good job to Dr. Matthews. I'm frankly impressed.
This lawsuit, you can go to my Houston Stringer page or Nights on TV. We're going to drop the whole 75 pages so you can read it for yourself. And there's some sick puppy foolishness in here. But he's DA though. Oh, okay. Let me see. Yeah. But then we took it a step further. Hold that for me. We took it a step further because anytime we pull court documents, my legal team will put it in an audit.
Oh, she's got a legal
team. A psychological background of the defendant. Y'all want to hear it? Yeah. I can't hear you. You want to hear it? Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. So we have predatory behavior patterns of District Attorney Greg Willis. The complaint outlines an administrative pattern where DA Willis routinely leveraged his immense legal and professional power, including his authority to refer individuals for indictment and control criminal investigations, to isolate and exploit female employees.
SKC, what's going on out there in Texas with the Texas Republican Party? Why is this DA not in more hot water? This is Texas. Now, I know you probably don't live anywhere near. This is Collins County, so you may not live anywhere near, but you know, this is a Republican DA, and The county's heavily Republican. This Republican's going to be running unopposed for district attorney. How is he able to run unopposed with this sort of paper trail?
Oh, he enforces strict closed-door policies using forested glass office doors to maintain total occupancy. Across multiple independent plaintiff accounts, Willis repeatedly utilized identical operational pretexts to force unwanted physical contact. He frequently claimed he needed help with an electronic document to draw female staff behind his desk, subsequently tapping them in chairs, massaging their shoulders, stroking their limbs, and forcing full frontal body hugs while rubbing their lower backs, audibly moaning. He explicitly framed his actions as personal compulsions, telling staff, sometimes I can't help myself. When he near to them, and blaming their appearance for the lack of professional control. That's the DA we got in here. That's the DA who did this to Carmel Anthony. So y'all ain't know that, huh?
Wait, is it Carmel or Carmela?
So let me tell you about let me get this one. Hold on, it's more, baby. It's more stuff. It's more stuff. Now, I want to give credit to North Carolina The Beat, which is another, Black journalist that we all work together. All us people, activist journalists, we work together. And I thank him for giving us this information, and we confirmed all of it.
No,
However,
I'm sorry.
Judge
you're not gonna be able to wrangle out of this. You are a conservative and a right-leaning Texan. Do you vote? You can be not independent, not Republican, not Democrat, all you want. This district attorney is your peeps. So yes, if you want to be my foil, I'm more than willing to you're a target of opportunity. I'll just put it that way. Hit the link if you want. It's pinned to anybody who wants to come up. And I love this high yellow rose of Texas for sure.
Now I'm on your avenue. Come on. Okay? Did y'all know that there's a third-party website? Because y'all know I deal with judicial accountability, right? Y'all know I bring them judges and I slang them when they dirty, right? So there's a third party that I want you all to be able to go to. And I'm going to make sure that we put it in the article so you can use that as a resource. Because whatever court you go to in the United States that deal with family and children, you need to know who's on this list. And this is a list of child abuse judges. This is child abuse judges, and this comes from the childabusejudges.com. Yeah. See, you don't know until you know, right? Okay. So as of 12/22/2025, 1,400 plus judges have been accused of child abuse. Many judges 2 to 6 times. So let's see what state we got Texas up with, because this is all of it. But I'm just going to show y'all Texas. Let's see who name on here.
Receipts.
Oh yeah, here you go. My Versace glasses kind of got in the way. But Judge John Roach Jr. is on that list. And this is the same judge that convicted Carmelo. So you know what they say. Don't throw rocks living in a what? Glass house. So you need to know who is governing you guys. Because if you don't, how do you know how to move? That's why elections is important. You need to know who you're voting for. Y'all over here putting sex offenders in here, child abuse judges in here, and you wonder why you can't move 2 steps forward and you got to take 2 steps back, and then they turn around and take your kids from you. Then they turn around and have your ass going to TDCJ for over 30 years. But that's what you got in this county here. So what I want to leave to the people of Collin County is this: DFW surrounding areas. We got to mobilize.
Now, I'm going to have to say, I am really impressed that she can get up here and give such a high powered speech and really not break that much of a sweat. Color me impressed. A little high yellow rose of Texas here. I like her.
We got to mobilize. We got to stop fighting each other, and we got to start fighting fire with fire. We have to let these people know that we would not tolerate this egregious activity that they're doing to our people. We would not tolerate it. So I did not come out here to rah-rah. I came out here to tell truth to power.
Thank you.
So you know who you dealing with in here. See, while you going and getting in that Jordan line, you better get in that voting line. That's right. When you over there on that stripper pole,
You
better
hear
get to
that? You better
voting
get in that voting line there,
because at
SKC.
the end of the day, who they affect locally is y'all. So do I got any questions for the meeting? Because I got time today. I got time today. I sure do.
The people that are not in higher power like you guys, what do you want us to do as the people? Do we keep, I'm a blogger, so what do we just...
No, what you do, you continue being a blogger. You continue shining the light. But what you have to do, you have to ensure whatever that you put in, that it is credible. Because you damage your credibility, you damage everything. Yes.
I know that you have a lot of problems with the trial and the way it went down.
Yes.
What is your biggest problem with it that you feel like discredits the entire trial?
Who was conducting it from the beginning? And then who was the one that was convicting? Who was the one that was calling the shots? I got a problem with these people. You know, I actually have a problem with this. I have a problem, like I'm going to repeat this again. This was a modern day live lynching. This was from the very beginning that this young man was doing. That's why we were working behind the scenes, because this time we finna get in front of this.
What are you doing now in terms of trying to help with an appeal or be involved?
What we're doing now at this stage is trying to help the family to get the right, proper legal representation.
Yes.
We giving them names, and they need to be able to pick who they want. I'm not going to just say, no, you take this lawyer here, and then this lawyer get over here and do what these lawyers did. And just sew this child up the river. Now, am I in agreement with anybody losing their life? Absolutely not. But I'm also in agreement of accountability, because accountability breeds responsibility. And it's our responsibility as a community and as me as an activist to call it out. Because when you don't shine a light to it, it's going to continue. That's why y'all need to know who we dealing with in here. And I'm not done digging up all the rest of these judges. Or whoever else. We're not done.
What else will you be doing to?
I'm sorry?
What else will you be doing besides this event here today?
I'm just gonna say this. You just stay tuned. You just stay tuned, because I'm not giving the gameplay.
Don't believe me.
I like that buckle she's wearing.
Just stay tuned. Because see, you have a lot of people, and not to be disrespectful, my brother, you have a lot of people that do this, but don't put no action. So I'm telling you, watch the action play, because it's coming. Any other questions?
Have you been made aware of the video that's supposed to be at the Frisco ISD that shows Carmelo being jumped?
Well, see, that right there, ma'am, I'm not trying to retry nothing with the case. What we're going to do, we're going to let the appeal process deal with that. That's why we need the best lawyers who going to go and get that, who going to go and get what's supposed to be done. That's what we do. I'm sorry? No, it's gonna be the entire United States that's gonna help, because they're gonna have, it's gonna be everybody. We all gonna galvanize behind this.
We don't need them no more.
I'm sorry?
What do you think about the photos you've seen released of Carmelo and his prison, attire and things like that? I mean, a lot of people. It hurt.
Well, I mean, let's just be clear. Let's be clear. What they do, that's just standard. What they do with sending these pictures out to try to paint this child to be a bad person. But you notice what I noticed, what they didn't put out was when he saved the child from drowning.
That's right.
Because we had that news article and I put that out and the whole nation didn't know nothing about it. So I'm like this, if you're going to tell it all.
Yeah, that's right.
Tell it all.
You wanted to see his background introduced into this.
Absolutely. And when you did not have a mitigation specialist on that defense team, this is what you get. This is what you get. And so I'm just going to be real clear, everybody. Now, we got to start.
You know, there was a lot of talk about how the lawyer just didn't do a good job. And, you know, I'm just kind of repeating what I've heard. Because I didn't follow the case. I'm not that interested in it, to be honest. Like I said earlier, you know, this case didn't even seem that racial to me. I think race was imposed upon it. Teens, you know, teenage boys will be teenage boys. It is a tragedy. But it is what it is. I don't see this as any reflection on the larger Black demographic. It's a local issue, not even a federal issue. It's a local issue. And yeah, it should get national attention because it is a tragedy. But I don't see, you know, over the past week or so, it's almost like the Anton Corey thing. At least this is more important, to be honest. I have to give folks that. But endlessly churning over, you know, the same details over and over, I just haven't been able to stomach it. Though I did watch Sharon's show, a good portion of it today. I also think that of all the shows that I've just caught snippets of, and then Sharon I caught a major chunk of today, this is far more entertaining and possibly informative.
Because the fight starts now. Everybody has a strong suit out here. Utilize your strong suit because the family is going to need us.
Yes.
We need to make sure, one, that if you're a blogger, if you're the news, if you have your own news stations, anyway, anything that's dealing with that caliber, we got to control the narrative, and we have to ensure the narrative is being put out correctly. And when things are not being done right, we got to shine a light to it, period. So, any other questions before we conclude this press conference?
I have a question.
Yes.
What advice would you give to our Black community just moving forward with this situation? What advice could we give to our children?
Especially to the online white people who using this opportunity to be racist and call us monkeys.
Okay, so let me just say this. Let me just say this, everybody. I've been called all kind of names from the rooter to the tutor. Okay, what you have to keep in mind is this: don't worry about the distractions. It's distractions. Keep your eyes on the prize. And our prize at this point right now is to get this boy out. Okay? And we got to do everything by step because keep in mind, we wasn't involved in the process at first.
Well, if you remember, SKC, when it happened, when the incident actually happened, this was a major item on YouTube for weeks as well. And as far as I'm concerned, you know, the court of public opinion happened, you know, last year or, you know, year and a half ago, whenever the actual incident took place. I can understand why, if you're following the case, you know, people might have feelings about it. But in all honesty, what I saw, and I almost actually brought Sharon's panel up and maybe reacted to it, but for what? It wasn't really worth even reviewing. It was just a lot of the same thing over and over. A lot of just like weird takes and people getting actually angry, saying I'm getting mad. I don't even get all that. So I can understand why people who follow the court case closely. Can someone tell me if there was audio? I mean, how do these people know the details of the trial? Are they reading? I guess are they reading transcripts? Um, can someone let me know? It would be interesting to hear the audio. I'd actually do that on my own time because I am curious. But again, I don't. I think one of the things that actually got me just kind of, I don't know why do people think this is like some reflection on young black men or the black community, if you want to call it that, coast to coast? Why are people taking it so close, so personally? Now, I get a lot of guff, Chalk, from who, about me being an individualist with no T. Um, I just don't think that, I don't even think this was racial. Um, kids these days don't see race, the way some of us Gen Xers do who grew up with it. I know I did. So I think a lot of stuff is being superimposed on this. Now I don't know Texas, but I do live in Georgia, and I've never been in the criminal justice system. So a lot of people on YouTube have been in the criminal justice system. So I will allow that they may have feelings, and they may just know more than I do. Um, but I suspect a lot of this stuff is being superimposed. The parents are there. It's really up to the parents to get the best legal defense that they can possibly get. So, um, you know, I don't see, if I could help, I certainly would. And maybe this lady can help. From what I'm hearing, she's actually making some interesting points, stuff that maybe the lawyer should have covered. And who knows, maybe the lawyer knew all about this and didn't care. I don't know what the deal is, but I know that the third and fourth hand uh, uh, YouTube lawyers, or maybe we should call those panels YouTube juries. Um, they kind of, in my personal opinion, there was a lot of beclowning themselves. So, that is that. Chuck, I see you got a kick out of that comment, huh? I actually like this lady. She's a lot more interesting than the YouTube panel I watched earlier today, for sure.
We wasn't. So we're gonna be involved with it now though. Yeah. And my bloggers, don't y'all stop. Because whatever they can't cover, because they got
I wasn't really talking about CM, but I
whatever they
could.
can't cover,
I see that CM has gone
we're
live.
gonna get it out there because I got more followers than them anyway. That's what we're gonna do. Any other questions? Okay, so that one right there, and then you know what else happened with that lawsuit? He didn't even file an answer, honey. So that let you know he a freak.
Why would money even be involved?
Can't control your sexual urges. What's wrong with
Oh,
you?
wow.
You need Jesus.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Now, I'm going to say this. Many of you may or may not remember, I don't know, but Carmelo Anthony's parents did a press conference not too long after the incident. And I was still, over at the John Galt show, John Galt channel. And we actually watched it live. And it was just a fiasco. And this will be the only comment I make, to this degree. The parents did not look like they were fully in control of their, like, and I know that they must have been discombobulated. You know, this just come out of the blue, and you know, your son's in a lot of trouble. I think they were ill-advised for having a press conference, but there was some activist guy, can't remember his name, can't remember his organization, but apparently they were following his lead, and he just led them down a road. That press conference should not have happened. Maybe a press conference should have happened, but not that one, and not that soon. This guy was like a clown. Wish they'd gotten this lady. She may be flamboyant and a little brassy, but she seems to be, now this is way after the fact. So you know, this is would be a counterfactual, which I can't, you know, I shouldn't even be doing. But the difference between this lady and the guy who led Carmelo Anthony's parents on that first press conference, night and day. And the father of Austin, excuse me, the father of Austin Metcalf, for some reason or another, decided to show up at that press conference, and that was just a fiasco. It was just a mess, and that was some bad press right there. And it just looked like, you know, from what I'm gleaning third and fourth hand, I feel sorry for Carmelo, because it just doesn't seem like his parents were in, like, I don't know, they just seemed like deer in the headlights to me. But you know, it's just my impression. And again, I didn't follow the case at all. I'm really just, this today has been the most I've even thought about the case, other than talking about the verdict day before yesterday. Caramel, my friend Caramel, sent this video, and I'm glad she did. It's very entertaining.
Thank y'all. Come on, girl, because I gotta go.
Okay. So, can you explain how long kind of a process is going to be?
Hold on. Hold this for me. Hold on. Wait a minute. Child, I gotta get my fan for this shit. Cause baby, it's hot. Hold on, child. Let me get my fan, honey. Cause I'm not gonna be falling out here to mess with y'all. Okay, now, repeat your question. I'm sorry.
I'm saying, can you explain to the community how long the process is going to be? Kind of like,
well, see, it would be 1.5 to 2 years possibly, and that's why what I'm saying is that this is going to be an uphill battle. I'm not going to say this is going to be a cakewalk, because it's not. And that's why I keep stressing that this family has to have the creme de la creme ability, period, point blank, simple. All right? I have one question. Yes, ma'am. In regards to what the media released in regards to his appeal, I noticed that it was...
Oh, she's got a little fan out. I love it.
And it did not include a submission statement. Because it's by an appointed appellate lawyer. Okay. That's why we putting this out right now, so we can ensure we get the creme de la creme, so we get him off. Okay. So once that is done and you do a new appeal, will you include a submission statement? Well, see, I'm not a lawyer, so I can't answer that. Okay, so I can't speak on nothing legal about that, baby, because I'm not a lawyer. All I can tell you is what we finna do as the community and as an act.
You know what my favorite thing about her is? That belt buckle.
And what we're going to do to help galvanize and help give leverage to that legal team. Yes. Can I explain what the purpose is of the submission statement? No, not right now, honey. No. Save that for when we get to the appeal process. Okay. Thank you. All right, I'm not taking no more questions. I'm done, y'all.
thank you so much.
Thank y'all.
We appreciate you.
So, what we need to say, let's say his name. Carmelo! 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 You coming home, baby. You just hold on.
Oh, damn.
Hold on. Thank you. Oh, yeah, and then also, now let me make sure you understand, we have another press conference that's coming up that we're doing at noon.
What's up, Shiesty? Oop. Well, that's going to be our next little video here, but I wanted to go over to her to her webpage here. Dr. Candace Matthews, Candace with an I, past Texas Coalition of Black Democrats statewide chairwoman. Dr. Matthews is the National Minister of Politics for the new Black Panther Nation. In this role, Dr. Matthews stays on the front line, fighting for civil and human rights for the liberation of Black people. After tackling injustices and continuing the fight to end police brutality and the murder of Black people, Dr. Matthews also advises and directs the functions of the new Black Panther Nation and supervises the implementation of the political program under the leadership of National Chairman Quanell X. Also coordinates the local, state, and national governments' preparation and consideration of matters to be decided for the best interest for people of color. So let me drop, I will put her website in the show notes. I'll drop it in the chat for Dr. Matthews. Like I said, she is charismatic. So let me put it in the show notes, and then we will move on to Miss Karen Hunter, my other sweetheart. I got a new sweetheart, my High Yalla Rosa, Texas. I like her. All right. So this next video is a live that Karen Hunter did earlier. Oops. The guy that she's interviewing is Michael Harriot. He wrote a book called Black AF History about 3 years ago now. And he had a podcast, but it was a limited series podcast that he did with, what's his name? Who's the singer? Pharrell. Pharrell hosted or produced a podcast for this guy on the left, Michael Harriot. He is joining my very, I wish I could meet her one day because I think she is awesome, Karen Hunter, to talk about America's 250 years. Again, as the author of Black AF History, American History, I think it's called Black AF History. He's an economist by training, by the way. He's pretty high tech. But I am very interested in this interview. It's about an hour and 20 minutes. I intend to watch all of it, and whatever we do after that may wrap the show up, may not, just depends. Link is posted. Everyone, please make sure you hit the like button. If you are new to the channel, we do lots of things here. Today I feel eclectic. We've gone from gardening to news articles to my newest flame, Candace Matthews, Dr. Candace Matthews. She's got me on fire for sure. And then now we're gonna settle in for some talk about 250 years of the United States between two people who are very, I'd probably call them pro-Black, but they are erudite pro-Black. She's a Pulitzer Prize winning journalist, and he is an author, and I think he teaches economics. I can't remember now, but let's hear what they have to say about this upcoming 250 year anniversary. Bet it's not the same thing Trump is saying. Oop, let's turn. What on earth is going on here?
A Sirius XM front row event as the nation looks towards its 250th anniversary. We are pulling back the curtain on the stories that were never meant to be told through the lens of Michael Harriot and his defense.
Oh, by the way, this is a Sirius XM interview. So she's on the radio. She's also like the creator of Urban View. It's a channel on Sirius XM. So you may hear a commercial or two, I guess.
Of work. Black AF History, the unwhitewashed story of America. He corrects the American record and challenges us to see our true past so we can finally understand our future.
Take it
This
easy,
is
SKC.
America
Don't be
at
strangers.
250, a retrospective of truth with Michael Harriot. Here's your host, Karen Hunter.
Yes, that's me. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I am excited to be here with this gentleman. We have
Hey, Khan, tomorrow, speaking of the elitism and marginalization, there's a guy who teaches political science at Northwestern, who just wrote a book. I can't think of the name of it, but he talks a lot about how our brand of democracy it was an elite enterprise. And I've said that so many times. The founding of America was an elite enterprise. The Constitution came about because elites were kind of afraid of the rabble, Shays Rebellion and that sort of thing. Remember Whiskey Rebellion? Hell, Washington put on his uniform and led a unit up there to fight him. And luckily he didn't have to. So we'll probably talk about that tomorrow. And then I think Saturday we may do nothing but gardening, fishing, hunting, and farming. I haven't totally decided, but watching that gardening show to open up today's show kind of put me in the mood. So that might be what we do Saturday.
paths have crossed quite a bit. This book has been part of our library on the Karen Hunter Show and Urban View in general. And I thought this would be a good time to examine some of the things that we never knew that we should have always known about the United States of America. So what better person than Michael Harriot? Of course, he is the founder of Contraband Camp as well, contrabandcamp.com, and every place you can get that. And the book is Black AF History, the Unwhitewashed Story of America. Michael Harriot, thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Yes. No. So I was talking with you a little bit before we started. And first of all, I do want to center, I think you are uniquely birthed to do this work because you spent your formative years homeschooled.
Yes.
In a center of your home with books and discovering America and the world through not a lens that was forced on you. So I think it makes you probably one of the few people in this country that could examine America differently.
Yeah, I think that was, I am realizing now that my upbringing and how I was educated, not because it wasn't like my mother taught me things that were different than what you learned in school. She said, here is the stuff, read it for yourself and make your own conclusions. And whether it was religion or history, it wasn't just about history. It was about everything. It was kind of self-directed. And she would kind of steer you toward where to look, but she would let you make the decisions for yourself. And I think it gave me a unique perspective in that when I started got into the American education system, I realized, like everybody has this one narrative that somebody else gave them. It was not necessarily that they're wrong, but they don't have an interpretation of America. They just have a regurgitation of what everyone told them.
So let's start with the very first thing that we've all been taught.
Oh yeah, this is going to be my kind of conversation. If you are on these YouTube streets, you hear it when people start talking about politics and history, you hear nothing but regurgitation of talking points and everything else. It is stunning that people know like facts from rote memory, but they don't think about the facts. History is basically telling stories about facts. It's creating a narrative, the why, the where, the when, the how. And people just kind of know that, oh, hey, July 4th, 1776. They don't think about how or why 1776 happened, etc. So this might actually be my kind of conversation, and of course, Karen Hunter is going to lead a conversation to my liking.
That is wrong. Because I grew up in an era where
What's up,
Christopher Columbus
Savage?
had discovered America. They were teaching that in my classroom, and it was horrifying when I found out that it was like a Washington Irving novel
Yeah,
trilogy
very
on
good
a
point.
man that we were.
You know, I'm going to try not to stop this thing because I know I annoy people because I'll let things play for context. I don't like stopping every sentence to comment. But this is a really good point. Okay, America was not founded from scratch. Okay, they came over here on ships. You know, they didn't paddle in an outrigger canoe. They didn't they didn't paddle over here in an outrigger canoe. They came over en masse and with supplies. So the culture, they brought their culture over here. Okay. The culture wasn't developed from the ground up. They ported their culture with them, obviously, because they brought diseases as well. And America might be 250 years old, but the culture is older than that. Now, I will say American culture is different than, say, British culture or whatever, but the culture mutated or morphed or fused with other types of cultures. But no, you hear the white man country's rhetoric where you hear all these Western what do they call themselves? Western chauvinists who basically worship the Northern European Western culture, Western civilization. No, this isn't a new country, not culturally. And if you want to hear about the superiority of the culture that was brought over here from Northern Europe, listen to CT for any length of time or listen to John Galt. They will tell you that fucking Western Civ is the best thing blacks could be, and we need to assimilate or go. Well, CT wants all the blacks to open tea shops and go to art museums. John Galt just wants us all to move back to the hood, even if we didn't grow up in the hood. That's where blacks belong, in the hood. So, you know, two different destinations, but the same anti-black rhetoric and same worship of white culture. So I will try. What's up, Yeti? I will try not to keep stopping this damn video every 2 seconds. My bad. Link is posted, folks, if anybody wants to come up and kibitz.
Studying as fact, and it's made me question everything. What was it for you that was like, hey, why are they telling people this? And this is absolutely not true.
Well, I remember being in a class and it was time for social studies. So when I started going to school, we didn't.
How old were you, by the way?
11, 12 years old.
Okay, so you fully formed. Because
Right.
I figured 10 is that magic
Yes.
age where you're like, yeah, I figure some things out. Not that
Yeah.
you're an adult, but you figure some things out at 10. So you're 11.
Yes.
Okay.
So we, instead of switching classes, like changing classes, our teachers would switch. And we had a social studies teacher, and she when she came in, by then they had moved me, like I had skipped a grade, and there was only one other black person in the class with me, and she was new to the school too. And so we would sit beside each other. And when it was time for social studies, I said, oh, here comes that part where black people weren't invented until 1865. And she laughed. And the teacher said, what'd you say? And I repeated myself because I didn't think it was wrong, you know, what I said.
Lim, you and I will disagree on that. Generally by the third or fourth generations, the first couple generations of immigrants, if all things, go well, that first and second generation do fairly well. By the third or fourth generation, that third or fourth generation does not do as well as the first couple did because they are fully acculturated. When I say assimilate, I mean over like generations. I don't mean, somebody fresh off the boat is going to assimilate to that degree. It'll be their progeny that does the assimilation. That trope, by the way, is there are all kinds of TV shows. Fresh off the boat. Speaking of fresh off the boat, that was one of those sitcoms. There's one on Paramount about this Indian family, the Pradeeps of Pittsburgh or something like that, which is actually funny. I, you know, watched a couple episodes. I need to get back to it, but yeah, it's a trope. The kids sometimes, like the grandkids, don't even speak the native language sometimes.
And she got mad and she slapped me. And
Wait, she put her hands on you,
she
Michael
put her hands
Harriet?
on me. And I never told my mom because I thought I would be in trouble because I was raised in an era where adults, you were raised by a village. And I thought like I'm sitting in her class, so my mama must she's part of my village. And I realized then that how they thought of America and race and Black people was different. And I realized that I had to learn how they thought of America as well as what I thought of America.
And also that if you didn't agree with them, there was violence.
Yes. Yes.
Which I think is revelatory for a lot of us too, that the violence comes. How do you assess the violence? Because she slapped you for saying something that was fundamentally true, but didn't align with what her book told her. But she put her hands on you.
Well,
What is that?
the interesting thing is, like, I was in a class with this older woman who I later learned that she was a doctor, but no one called her Dr. Sellers, right? She was one of those leftovers from integration who was still teaching. And she pulled me out of the classroom because I was mad. And she told me, you can't say that to them, right? Like, you can't talk to them like you talk to us. And that was a revelation to me, because what she was saying is this is inevitable. If you cross them, you will encounter violence. And that's when I realized I had to learn about white people. Like when I jokingly refer to myself as a white peopleologist, I realized like to navigate this world, you can know everything you want to know about Black people, but to understand race, you have to understand white people because they invented it, they perpetuated it. That's why we're still encountering that conundrum today.
And the violence is how they keep it.
Right.
We're gonna break that. Okay. So I was driving in.
And consequently, this pissed John off, funny enough. Well, two things pissed John off. When I told him that I was raising my son to an Asian standard because the white standard wasn't high enough. Oh boy, for some reason or another, that tripped John Gall offline. It was hilarious. And the other thing is my thing where, that racism in America, that's a white people problem. Black people, yeah, we have suffered throughout history for it, but Black people can't fix racism in America. It's a white people problem. And as Michael Harriet says, they invented, or their ancestors invented it, and they have maintained it. And currently in 2026, white people benefit from it. That's what I mean by the white privilege part. And people seem to think that white privilege leads to like money in your pocket or something like that, or some promotion at work. No, it's way more subtle than that. So, pointing these things out to a John Galt, CT's not so bad. CT's usually able to kind of process it because I guess he got a degree in African American studies or something like that. So, he's probably heard this sort of stuff before. John Galt, yeah, that motherfucker just, you say something against white people or be brave, or you say the white people standard isn't high enough, depending on how drunk or high he is, he's liable to just go off like he did that guy that he was telling to get him a beer out the refrigerator.
Do traffic. And last night, actually, I was watching Earth, Wind, and Fire, the documentary. And I saw you. You're like one of the first people that pop up. I said, look at Michael Harriet on the Earth, Wind, and Fire. You better go ahead. And as they're talking about the founding of Earth, Wind, and Fire through the genius.
Lim, maybe by the time you were in school, not when I was in school. I had a chemistry teacher, my junior chemistry teacher, and she actually, I like chemistry so much, I actually wound up majoring in it in college. Sister Johanna, she wouldn't let us use calculators, but she would let us use slide rules. And I don't think I had any Asians in my class. It was just me and a bunch of white boys. Well, you know what? I take that back. We did have one guy, Joseph Shue, who was one of my best friends because I'd known him since 8th grade, 7th or 8th grade, because I helped him with his English. But anyway, no, I was good enough in math. I didn't need an Asian to do it. And, she wouldn't let us use calculators. So she said you could either do it in your head or you could use a slide rule. And I learned how to use a slide rule because I'm slow when I have to do math in my head. I have to write stuff down. So nope, no Asians to do your math back in my day. We had to do it ourselves.
Of Maurice White, his exploration into, Egyptology and African ways of knowing and spirituality and astrology gave him, this vision that was turned. And I was thinking about how instrumental we call it, I guess this country calls it the occult. And they tell you, this is evil, this is bad, that's that's voodoo, what the Haitians did, this is evil, this is the devil. But this country was actually founded by people who dabbled in the occult, but unlike Maurice White, failed to understand the spiritual connection to the higher being, failed to pull in the spirit, just dabbled in the occult. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, so you look at George Washington and many of, especially the upper East Coast founders of who we call the founding fathers, Jefferson and all of those people, they were Scottish Rite Masons. And Scottish Rite Masonry was fairly new at this time, but you also have to understand that what we think of as Christianity was fairly new at the time, right? Remember, like the King James Version of the Bible was finished in 1611.
Oh, that is funny.
Right?
Oh, yeah. I went to college, my freshman, I think it was my freshman or sophomore year in college. I knew a guy whose family, he was, I think, 3rd gen. And yeah, this dude had like a brand new fucking like Isuzu. There was some of the first Isuzus they were shaped, they had that teardrop shape like the Porsche 935. I think it was a 935, the one with the back seat. So this dude, he could party like hell. And now his sister was like in med school or something like that, but I guess he was the youngest and, he was just a party animal. So yeah, I've known a couple. I've known a couple of those.
So, and it was forbidden to be printed in the United States, right? So most Americans didn't have a Bible. You also have to remember that, like the Pilgrims came here because they weren't considered Christians. And then the Quakers, like, y'all ain't the right kind of Christians, right? So it was all of these, there was not a definitive group of people that we refer to as Christians, right? And by then, like the English had broken away from the Catholic Church. So there was no over encompassing thing that we call Christianity. So these people were, some of them infused their European belief systems in paganism, in masonry, in what we call the occult, the same as we did, right? Like we put African spirituality into Christianity. There was no idea of a thing that could get inside your body called the Holy Ghost until Black people put part of our spirituality into it. And so, you see it in the designing of the U.S. Capitol. You see it in,
the Pentagon,
the Pentagon, right?
the Washington Monument,
Right. The obelisk that is the Washington Monument. All of these things, like we'll now refer to them as like the occult, but they're just remnants of European paganism.
Yeah, it's amazing. No one ever talks about you'll hear all the evangelicals and everybody, you'll hear everybody talking about Thanksgiving. You do know that those, I think they were Puritans, burned witches, right? They believed in witchcraft and shit. No one ever talks about that. Voodoo, well, hell, they were burning witches.
Which wasn't, again, it's hard to call it European because like there really wasn't a thing called Europe and there really wasn't a thing called white, right? It was these different groups of people's ideas of how they worship, how their ancestors worship.
What also is wild, like if you take out your dollar bill today, there's the pyramid on the, like, it's right there, right?
Like
there's a pyramid with an all-seeing eye
Yeah.
on top. But we never question that, Michael Harriet. We see it. It's on the dollar. It's
Well, that passing of the torch is a little bit more complicated because Britain, if I recall, I have to go back and look it up. Britain was still the biggest economy back in those days, but France had this thing ever since Tocqueville came over here. He wrote Democracy in America. America was seen as a kind of like a beacon of liberal democracy. That's what the Statue of Liberty was really more about, not so much economics. And maybe that's what you meant, but they were passing the torch to America as a liberal democracy. Let me look this up right quick. When did the Statue of Liberty, do you happen to know when the Statue of Liberty was given to us? It was like 1850 something, wasn't it? Let's see, Statue of Liberty, date given. Because if I recall, oh no, it was later. I don't know. I think Britain was still a bigger economy in 1884, but honestly, I'd have to look it up. So you might be right. I still think Britain was a bigger economy, though.
There's some Latin. So America's really like this car crash of ideas, not fully formed, not really thought out. And we're all supposed to memorize and believe in it. So we're celebrating 250 years of what?
Right. And the thing is, like, again, back to that narrative, right? It's Christian, except for like, unless you look at the money, unless you look at the what the founders said, unless you look at how they worship, unless you look at, Jefferson wrote his own Bible. He was like, yeah, a new Bible just came out. Why can't that right mine? And mine might be a bestseller.
Well, he didn't I guess maybe he rewrote it, but he cut out all the parts about Jesus. He literally snipped it out or used a razor blade or something.
Here, right? We can't print that King James version here.
Where's that Jefferson Bible right now? I wonder, have you put eyes on it?
I've never seen it. I've never read it, right? But remember, there was they created one that they gave to Black people, the slave Bible, right? That took out all of the rebellious stuff that they thought, like, because it was, again, this stuff wasn't sacred. It was kind of a new idea. Like, by comparison, right? Right now, like, the Pentagon just erased Mormonism as a Christian religion, right? They said Mormons aren't Christians, right? Which is like, people are outraged. But think about this. Mormonism right now is older than the King James, like the thing that we call the Bible was then, right? Like Mormonism was founded in 1830, right? So almost 200 years ago. The Bible wasn't that old, right? In 1776,
Right.
right? So you're still talking about relatively new ideas, and most of the people have never read those ideas for themselves,
right.
They had a white man telling them, hey, this is what God wants you to do.
Ironically, nothing has changed.
Right.
Where are we? Okay. 250 years, what does that mean to you, Michael Harriot? Do you consider yourself a citizen of the United States of America? How do you see yourself in this, I think, social experiment?
Yeah, I consider myself a legal citizen, right? A citizen of America, but I see myself not necessarily connected to the idea, because I've come to see that what people think this country is, I've never, it's an imaginary thing to me, right? Like, it's just as, I guess I'm also what someone, you would ask the Mormons and they would say, like, we couldn't enter the kingdom of heaven, right? But they're still, the children of God, right?
Wait, Mormons don't think they could enter the kingdom?
I mean, not until 1976. They had
oh my God, come on, Michael.
It's wild. So in the 1960s, all of these black athletes started refusing to play against Mormon colleges. This is a part of history we never talk about.
Wait, where was I? So I wasn't born.
University of Wyoming. I mean,
Okay.
and it was places like you don't even think of black people living, like University of Wyoming, University of Washington. All the black athletes said, yeah, we're not, because they really didn't think that black people could get into heaven.
Oh, because of the curse of Ham.
Right.
Okay.
Or what they call enter the priesthood,
Okay.
which is essentially...
Break that down. Because I think the juxtaposition of this country saying Mormons aren't Christian with the people who wear magical underwear who thought black people could not be saved because of the curse of Ham.
Right.
As if everybody in the Bible wasn't black.
Right.
Everybody in the Bible was black.
Right.
Dark skin, hair of wool,
Right.
whatever, copper skin, whatever.
Right.
Right. But that was part of their doctrine.
That was part of their doctrine. And so you could be a black Mormon, but I'm sorry, you ain't going to the same place that we're going. So all of these black athletes, once they started realizing this, they started refusing to play. And then colleges started refusing to put them on their schedule. And then the Mormon church had a revelation all of a sudden.
Wait a minute. So you're saying athletes said, oh, because they don't see me as human, I'm not playing against them, these people.
This state institution, I'm not playing against them. And suddenly, the church that, and if you've ever been to Utah, you know this, the Mormon church is kind of indistinguishable from the Utah.
Right. That is one.
I've been to Utah a couple times, and Mormons are wonderful people now. And it's so funny that they're talking about this because there are calls to I think it's the NAACP's calling black athletes to boycott these SEC and other Southern teams. So I don't know that anything will come of it, because the scholarship system and SEC's like the premier college football division or whatever you call it, conference. So it'll be interesting to see what happens.
State that
right.
is,
If anything.
What is it? The Saints, the Latter-day Saints,
Right.
Church of Latter-day
They kind of own all the banks.
Everything, yeah.
And suddenly the head of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints had what they call a revelation. And they said, oh yeah, now blacks could enter the priesthood. And so they changed that policy. Athletes.
They changed their doctrine.
Yeah, it started with 15 track athletes saying, "Hey, now we're not gonna go to that track meet."
Do we know who these athletes are? We need to put them on billboards or something.
We know who they are. It's again, these are the stories that when we're talking about how this country changed, we don't include these people and these names and these events and ideas that forced this country to change.
And again, tying it to today, I've been saying all that needs to happen is for the football players or the basketball players or the track stars to say no. We saw it with the Missouri team. The college Missouri team said, we're not playing one game. We're not playing until that president is gone. And magically, this is a college team decided that. What would it look like if one NFL team decided not to play on any given Sunday?
Right. And it would change.
Policies would change, right?
Right. I mean, we don't even have to speculate, right? We saw it with the Mormon church, right? We've seen it in many times. Remember, because Black athletes, the bowl games used to exclude Black. You can't play here if you're going to bring your Black athletes. And then a few colleges said, yeah, we're going to bring ours anyway, so we're not going to accept the bid. And suddenly the bowl system changed, right? We see it, not years ago, 5 years ago in Mississippi. Mississippi's coach said, hey man, like it's hard for us to get Black players here because y'all keep waving that flag at the game.
That Confederate flag that's also part of the state flag.
Right, at Ole Miss. And all of a sudden it's flag change, right? Like we keep speculating about like, how do we know this is going to work or it's such a burden when Black student athletes have always done this and it's always worked, right? It's not like somebody's coming up with this great brand new idea that they're just speculating out of thin air. They're talking about ideas that actually work.
Okay. So you're a white papologist.
Mm-hmm.
You don't consider yourself a historian. We're talking about Michael Harriot, Black AF history. Are you a historian? And what is history when it can change based on more information?
Right. Well, I don't necessarily, I guess public historian, I am not a product of a formal history program, I would say that.
And would that matter, right? Because if we're talking about education, again, getting back to you, learning in your home in a room full of books, and then going to school and realizing I know more than everybody here, including the teachers, they're going to have to skip you, boom, and then you're challenging the teachers and getting in trouble because they don't even know because they're wedded to a book. If we go to school and learn what they've taught, is that an education? I'm struggling right now to ask this question.
It's a question I ask myself often, right? Because when we think about, especially when it comes to like Black studies and Black history, remember Black studies programs didn't really exist until the 1970s. Most of the people who taught people like me and you never learned any Black history.
That's right.
So what do they know, right? Like, is it their fault that they didn't know? And like my high school AP history teacher was a Confederate enthusiast, right? Like she knew everything about the Confederacy. We studied at her house and she had a big Confederate flag up, right? And nobody understood like why that was offensive.
Because it's South Carolina.
Right. And, when my book came out, I had a book signing in my hometown and there was, Black and white people there. And a lot of them, because she taught 30 years at this school, she eventually ended up helping to create South Carolina's social studies curriculum. And we sat there and tried to figure out what percentage, how many students that were influenced by her curriculum just at our school during her career. And we came up with something like 30,000, right?
Damn.
Whoa.
In a town of like 5,000 people. And I wonder, right, she is just a representative of how almost every education system worked. But she attended a school called Converse College that was created and named after Confederates.
Oh, I know. That's in South
perpetuated the ideology. She went to school there in the early 80s, right? So she didn't learn any Black history. So you could probably ask her today and she would assure you that she was right because her professors were the best ones in the world. And that's how America is, right? Right? They can't fathom that this thing that no one is challenged, right? The accuracy and the factuality of, they can't fathom that it's correct because they've never been taught it.
Right. Well, I don't know it.
Well, you know what? His teacher sounds like about probably 85% of the people I meet on YouTube, white and black. Maybe it's more like 90 to 95%. So apparently it's catching. It's all over the United States.
So because I don't know it,
Yes.
or I wasn't taught it,
Right.
and I'm really smart, then it can't exist.
Right.
How do we break that? Because I don't know. For me, it's easy to do what I do because I operate under the notion that there are a lot more things that I don't know.
Right.
And I also operate under the notion that I'm going to be wrong a lot.
Mhm.
And part of being wrong is getting to the right and then learning. And so I'm excited every time I run into something I didn't know. And then I'm pulling the thread because I want to know more about that thing that I didn't know. Because how could I not know this? That doesn't seem, I feel like it's the opposite energy that we have in this country, where people just want to hold on to what they know because that's where their comfort is, as opposed to opening up and saying, man, there's a world of things to know. How do we get people to that, Michael Harriet?
Well, I think we first have to start by understanding that it's about race. I mean, I'm sorry,
So
right?
everything's about race.
But listen,
Why is everything about race, Michael Harriet?
well, I'll ask you this,
Okay.
right? Remember when like you and I were growing up and they said like eggs were good for you, and then they said eggs were bad for you.
It's
We
cholesterol.
accepted it, right?
Right.
So we don't necessarily reject new knowledge, right? We do it in medicine, we do it in
Milk is
mathematics,
good for you.
right? And then they said it wasn't,
Right.
Like we thought cholesterol was bad, and then we find out there's such a thing as good cholesterol, and
Helps your brain.
right?
Oh, you're saying something. Go ahead.
So in every area of academic study and knowledge, we accept that new information can change the things that we've always known. Except when it comes to Black people, right? Like it's not a thing that like America is stupid. America is stupid when it comes to the Black stuff, right? So you have to acknowledge that part of the reason why why we hold on to these old ideas has a lot to do with Black people and the notions that about Black people that have been embedded in our brains by the education system, by this country itself.
All right, so let's go all the way back.
Mhm.
250 years ago. 250 years ago, this nation was in the throes of maybe about 50 years of bondage, because it was 20 some odd Blacks that were brought here, 1619. And before that, though, there was some Blacks here. There was some Blacks already here. They were already here. There were indigenous people already here. There were people, human beings already here. To start this nation 250 years ago is also kind of strange, given what was going on globally as
Right.
well. And so let's take it all the way back. For you, what was the real foundation of this nation, and what was it founded on?
So I think when you talk about, again, when you say for me, and a lot of this we don't have to speculate on, right? Because they wrote it down.
That's what I'm asking
right?
you, because you know.
Like when you talk about the 1609, again, before there was a Bible, what we call,
1609.
The Jamestown Charter says why they sent them here.
Okay.
Like to propagate the Christian religion and to civilize the people who are savages, to civilize the savages.
Where was this written?
In the Jamestown Charter of 1609. Right?
Okay.
So that's why they sent him here. The same guy who organized the people to write that King James Version wrote this, right? Like same guy, not two different people, not like, so if you believe that the things in the Bible are sacred and those, you got to believe this too.
Okay.
Same guy.
Okay.
Right? And he said to civilize the savages and to bring them into the Christian religion, right? This is before this Bible thing came out. So what Christianity was he talking about? What savage was he talking about? Well, he said it, the non-white people, right? Like,
but there was,
like he said the people, when they said the savage, when they, in all of those documents, when they talk about savages, when they talk about non-Christians, they're talking about non-white people. The idea of whiteness didn't exist yet. But you remember, there were Africans who were already enslaved, who were Christians. So they were not talking about, well, okay, that might be my interpretations. Let's go to the Virginia Charter, right? when they define what is a Christian, well, not a mulatto, not an Indian, not a black person, not an African, right?
So the first white was Christian.
Right.
The first whiteness was Christian.
Right. Exactly. Like, again, not my interpretation.
Okay.
I am not interpreting
it is written.
They wrote
that
this.
Christian is white.
White.
It's not, well, it's not white, but it's not that.
Yeah.
It's not
Because
any
white,
of these things.
Remember, whiteness hadn't been invented
No
yet.
whiteness, but it's Christian.
But it's not
which
the
excludes
Africans.
you, and you.
Right. They wrote
Interesting.
about who it excludes. Again, it's subtractive.
Right.
It's not who is white. It's who can't be white, who can't have access to these laws and to this legislation and to these rights. Right. That's what it was.
Okay, let's take a break because I need to process this. And when we come back, I want you to walk us through who these people are. And who are they are they still, I mean, how were they able to get away with this, Michael Harriot? We're not talking about a lot of people, but they were able to, was it because it was written? Let's talk about it. All right. It is the 250th anniversary of the country, and we're talking with historian. Well, I'm going to call him that because whatever. Black AF History, the unwhitewashed story of America. Michael Harriot is in the building, and we'll be right back.
I'm sorry. I'm on mute, and so were they. Race was necessary because of economics. The economics happened, and then the reason for to justify the exploitation came about. Remember, Columbus tried to enslave Indians, and because they weren't used to the diseases, they all got killed off. Like there was some 90% attrition rate, on Santo Domingo or wherever, one of those islands.
We now return
They
to
couldn't-
America at 250.
They couldn't enslave the Indians that they encountered, the Puritans. I don't know that they tried to enslave, but I know that Jamestown came before the Puritans, by the way. Race came before the justification, and like everything, needing the labor was an economics thing. I suspect if they could have successfully enslaved the native population, they never would have imported Africans. Look at Australia. They were able apparently to take advantage of the Aboriginals. I don't think Australia ever had African slavery. So slavery was a purely economic thing. The justification and the racial stuff came as an afterthought. It's counterintuitive, but forget where I read that. I've read it a couple places. It might have been Racecraft by the Field Sisters, but it's actually a fact. Up until the 1661, 1662, Blacks were pretty much indentured servants in places like Virginia and Maryland. But the thing is they needed a workforce, so they did whatever it is to make slaves inherit the status of their mother, because too many slaves were, if they had a white father, they're like, oh, I'm no longer a slave. I've inherited the status of my father. They literally switched it in that 1661, 1662 time frame to make African heritage kids slaves for life. And they needed the labor. Too many, they couldn't keep enough slaves apparently. And again, slavery, the slave trade was extended 20 years in 1787/1789, because Charleston, the attrition rate for slaves was so great down in that Charleston area, in the rice paddies and the indigo paddies. Slaves didn't last. The average life expectancy for a slave in that Charleston area was like 10 years. So they needed fresh supplies, a steady supply of new slaves from West Africa. Anyway, I'm kind of boring people, but no, the economics came first.
Retrospective of Truth with Michael Harriot, hosted by Karen Hunter.
Yeah, we are here. And I hope we get free, liberated in this time. And it's okay. It's going to be uncomfortable for some of you.
Right.
But this is.
When you say inherited system, how so? You mean in the United States? No, it wasn't inherited at all. The first slaves were bought. They were slaves, and then I think they wound up being purchased, but they were actually indentured. Once they were, their contracts or whatever were purchased. This bullshit, Thomas Jefferson, that bullshit about slavery being inherited from England. Well, maybe you could make that argument for South Carolina, because South Carolina was settled by a bunch of people from Jamaica and places like that. But slavery's not something Britain introduced over here. It was introduced Jamestown. They did that on their own. Now, maybe they got permission from England, but I don't think so.
The way forward for all of us, and we need to be here. We need to sit in this truth right now. And I thank you, Michael Harriot, for joining us. I asked the question.
No, I don't think you could be correct.
Some guy got in a room, wrote a Bible. Before he wrote the Bible.
The idea of African slavery existed, but again, African slavery. Now I'm talking England. I'm talking what became the United States. Slavery existed in the parts that Spain had in North America and Central America, but the slavery was different. There were a lot of there were black conquistadors that, may have been former slaves, but for a while there, if you converted to Christianity, they couldn't enslave you. So there were some caveats in the Spanish system, but when folks came over and settled Jamestown and the Puritans, they didn't bring African slaves with them. That was down in the Caribbean and, the Spanish parts of North America.
He wrote these charters and he determined or declared that this was going to be a Christian nation before Christianity was really even codified.
Right.
But he had to determine who was not Christian.
No, you and I'll disagree on that one.
Even
the idea of chattel slavery, maybe, but the first slaves in 1619, they call them slaves, and they were slaves until they were purchased. African slavery did not exist in the English colonies before they were purchased by the colonists. Britain didn't send slaves over here. That came afterwards. So the inherited thing, nah, the system of slavery was not introduced into the United States until the South Carolina colony. And slavery already, that was after 1619. I don't agree that it was inherited. Not property wise, anyway.
Who were already Christian, and because the first Christian was an African.
Right.
People, the very first convert who was in Candace's
court, well,
he was an African.
Yeah, the first slave auction was in like 1452. So yeah, it had been around a couple hundred years before Jamestown.
So one, again, we don't have to guess, right? Like, we know that there needed to be a reason to justify, like, why you come over here and genocide, and otherwise it's theft and genocide.
And it's against the thou shalt not kill and destroy. So you're actually being a bad Christian doing all of these things. So you have to justify why you're a good Christian doing
Right.
these
So to go to understand that, right? Like, that was justified under the guy we call Henry the Navigator before we even got here, right? The guy who first sent people around the Horn of Africa. He sent some guys who we call knights now, conquistadors, Nuno Tristal and Antal Gonzalez, two guys, to kidnap some Africans, right? And they sold them and got the money off of them. And they said, but like, technically this is unchristian. So they asked the Pope, and the Pope gave them a justification. If you say that you're saving their souls, you're bringing them to Christianity, then we could justify this. But there was a problem. Some of the guys they took were already Christians. They went around the Horn of Africa and they found Christians. And he said, well, they're not our kind of Christians. We get to define Christians. And how they justified it, again, not my interpretation. You can go back and read it. He said, if you get the black ones, because again, this was at a time when the Northern Africa was at war with Europeans, so they had prisoners of war who were white, who were Jewish. And he said, but if you get the black ones, they are not Christians. I don't care what God they serve, they are not Christians, right? And so they hadn't even created the concept of race yet, but in saying that, he forever and ever defined what they meant by Christian, to civilize the savages. We were the savages and they were the Christians, right? And that carries over.
You know, I sometimes wonder if part of the problem that we have, and it's a very human thing. So I'm just kind of throwing it out there, but I wonder if it helps to go, well, you know, when you're talking about, you know, slavery 200-300 years ago, saying like we were enslaved or we weren't Christians or they were evangelizing us. I don't know. To me, sometimes that seems sort of weird. You know, can you really say us? I'd be interested to know what people in the chat actually think about that. It's hard for me sometimes to identify, you know, with even Frederick Douglass, you know, who's, you know, like I've said before, if I had a hero, but I mean, that was a long time ago. You know, I don't know that I absolutely identify with him. And, you know, yeah, people are going to go, what'd you just say? But it's kind of a running joke that Portia and I had, and it just kind of stayed a running joke.
Into America. When they're
maybe
using
that's
this
what they
coded
mean,
language
Kelvin.
that says, yeah, you know, the first race law, they says, you know, if a Christian has a child by a black woman, then the child is not a Christian, right?
Status of the child.
No. Most slaves actually didn't even come to North America. Most went. Now, I guess you could talk about the Caribbean, but most of the slaves actually went to South America and Brazil specifically, but other places in South America. And sometimes they treat the Caribbean separately because it's not like what became the United States. But I have to go back and look up the number. But at the time of July 4th, there weren't hundreds of thousands of slaves here, I don't think. I'll have to go back and look up the number. Maybe it was 400,000, but I don't think so. Let me look that up. Maybe I'm wrong.
Follows
Used to follow the status of the father
of the father
in whiteness.
in whiteness, right? And by saying that, though, what they expose themselves are is not like their laws and their culture and their tradition, right? It is the concept of conquering, right? Now, the problem with this is, for most of human history, the best and bravest and the strongest warriors were the ones who were able to conquer. Then came
No,
guns.
you're Khan, you're right. There are about 500,000. So hundreds of thousands. My bad.
And so it's hard to understand how, again, we know now that they genocided so many indigenous people in here that it changed literally the climate of the earth. And it's hard to understand how that can be Christian unless you go back to Henry the Navigator getting around the Horn of Africa and telling Nuno Tristão and Anton Gonzalez, hey man, bring back the black ones. And that's kind of how this idea of race plays a part in the founding of this country. When you call it a Christian nation, what you're saying is it's a white nation, because that's what they meant, right? This is not like you can gerrymander all of the other stuff out of it, but they told us what they meant.
Okay. Can we rewrite history, Michael Harriet? And how do we shift the narrative? Because those of us who have hair of wool and skin of bronze, are still under the same.
Yeah, Henry the Navigator was Portuguese. I think he's the one who basically kind of inaugurated the West African like slave trade. It's so funny because the Portuguese were really like the tip of the spear when it came to West African slavery, but Europe learned tacking, the sailing technique. They learned it from the Arabs. Europe had no idea, at least obviously the Danes or whoever the hell, whatever Leif Erikson was, the Norsemen knew how to cross the ocean somehow or another, but England and France and all these other countries had no clue how to do it. So the Portuguese literally just kind of sailed down the west coast of Africa. It took them like 100 years or something to get around the Horn of Africa. It was decades. And again, I'd have to look it up because I hadn't thought about it in years. But yeah, they barely got out of sight of land when they were sailing down the coast of West Africa. It was actually kind of sad. These high and mighty Europeans couldn't figure out how to get around the Horn of Africa for decades.
Edict, right? But it's oppressive. How do we get out? And what's wild is they have some people who also have been grafted in because the Italians were not considered that, and before them the Irish weren't either.
Right.
But somehow they got, and now we got the Spanish-speaking folk who know black. They've been able to expand this notion of Christianity or whiteness to encompass people who would fall back then would have fallen under that same outcast. We will never be able to be grafted in, nor should we want to.
Right.
So how do we have a different discussion today so that one nation under God, indivisible with liberty and justice for all applies to justice for all of us?
Right. So I think that we've always had that discussion, right? We've never centered or founded that discussion in the idea of we want what the white people have. Like our notion of freedom was based on our idea, not a pope, not Henry the Navigator, not these scriptures. They were based on who we were before there was an America, before there was kidnappers, before there was a Henry VIII, right? And those are the ideas that we forced upon this country. And our job, I think, is to keep expanding those ideas,
Okay.
right? Because again, our notion of freedom was not Black freedom. It was human freedom, right? Again, and so I think what we've been doing, again, there's nothing that Black people have ever done to expand the idea of freedom in this country, and not democracy. I kind of bristle when I hear these people talk about this idea of democracy, because it's not democracy. The founders specifically say, you can read the letters from Thomas Jefferson. Again, these are not my interpretation. He was like, no, we don't want that democracy stuff, right? Not democracy, but freedom. And this is a different thing. Political liberty, personal, individual, and collective freedom, right? And they were different, and we forced them upon this country. Again, when we gave ourselves the right to vote, we gave everybody the right to vote. When we enacted our own emancipation,
What's up, Simon?
remember,
What's going on, Simon?
Hey, what's up, Stanley?
Oh, nothing much. Just sitting here watching these two talk about the United States' 250th founding anniversary from a more melanated perspective.
You know what I got from it?
What's that?
He don't know what he's talking about.
Oh,
And it's
no,
kind of
he knows. No, he's extremely knowledgeable, and he's not a historian.
yeah, but
He's,
wait a second. But he turned around and had the same sentence where it's like you're talking about America, then you're talking about Henry VIII. How's that work? Please
okay,
educate me.
I'm confused. What did he say that was wrong?
Rewind it. Like go back like 10 minutes. Not even 10 minutes. 5 minutes.
I'm not. Okay, well, we can do 5 minutes.
I just didn't get it. Like,
not Henry the Navigator, not
Okay, so was it around the Henry the Navigator part?
No, Henry the Navigator is nothing to do
Yeah, I know
with.
he's Portuguese.
Yeah, exactly. So
Was
why
was it
I
around?
thought it's
Was it
an
around that?
American.
Was it
I thought it's-
before Henry? I'm trying to figure out. What
I just
was it?
I just don't really understand the connection. Like you're talking about America, then you're talking about Europeans. So it's just like
Well, he's talking about slavery. He talked about the Pope. He's talking about. This is from a Black perspective. He is basically talking about Henry the Navigator, one of the first people to sail down the west coast of Africa.
we don't know that.
Oh, well, no, I do know that.
No, we don't.
Yes, we do.
Why? How do you know that?
I sit. No, I'm not guessing. I can tell you the book that I know it from. It's called Born in Blackness.
All right, Stanley. Who wrote the book?
The guy's name is Henry. Damn it. His last Howard French. The book is called Born in Blackness.
So it's a white person.
No, he's a Black person.
There was no white person writing. There was no. Sorry.
Okay, listen to Simon. This isn't something I'm guessing.
You know what I'm talking about, right? Like there was no Black people publishing books
Henry
at that
yes.
point in time.
Okay, well let me. No. It's a.
Well, all right.
history
Well,
book.
tell me when the first Black published book existed.
Oh, I don't know.
Exactly.
You'd have
And
to
this
tell
is the
me.
problem we have. Like we keep.
Okay,
like,
no,
leaning
there is.
towards-
Hold on. Don't say we. I'm not British.
You don't need to be British.
Okay, I'm not a
just need to know.
Pan-Africanist. I'm not a pan. Well, yeah, it is. Nobody's
No,
ever
I know
asked you the
I'm not
question.
African myself, but that's not the point. The point is like we seem to do this shit. Like it's
I don't
like
know who the we is, but let me tell you what these two are talking about. They're talking
okay.
about the 250th
I'm gonna
anniversary of the
respect this brother.
American
You fine.
founding. And the
Hey, mate.
funny thing is, what they're talking about is how Black people kind of fit into the founding. So they've gone back to talk about how kind of the origins of how slavery got into this part of North America. Henry the Navigator, and let me find the book for you right quick because it's actually a really good book. It's little too detailed.
I'll look into it and you damn or now, bro.
Okay, well, it's called Born in Blackness. It was written about 4 years ago, 4 or 5 years ago, by a guy named
Mm-hmm.
Howard French, who's a journalism professor at Columbia.
Mm-hmm.
His wife is
Well,
African, by the way.
yeah,
Um,
look, this ain't nothing to do with Africans. Like I'm just saying, like this
right.
ain't they ain't
But
nothing to do with
the
Africans at all.
reason I'm bringing up Africa is Henry the Navigator, the Portuguese guy. He was like one of the first, if not the first, to creep on down the west coast of Africa, and they'd like hit the beaches and kidnap people right from the beach.
Yeah,
That
I know. I mean, Africa. Look, Africans. That's how we ended up in slavery in the first place. So they're stupid. Like at the
right.
end of the day, like
Portugal was pretty much the first.
Portugal was the one that put
Well,
that
I mean, the
propaganda
first, the
out.
first, the
Wait.
first west,
Yo,
the first
Stanley, come on,
western. Okay,
come on, Stanley.
Simon, what you need to do, Simon, is let me finish, and then you can respond. Okay.
Sure.
Um, this the and it's been about 4 years since I've read it, and I'm not a historian, but Henry the Navigator stands out. He was the one because they couldn't, they didn't even know how to tack. Okay, they learned the sailing techniques from the Arabs. At that point in time, Western European ships were not seagoing, not like they were, 100, 200 years later. It took Portugal like 80 years or something to even make it around the Horn of Africa. But in the meantime, they were just kind of creeping down the West Coast, um, you know,
You
snapping
really
up
believe
people.
that?
Yes,
Okay.
I have no reason not to.
Why? Because the white man told you not to.
The guy who wrote this book is Black
Mm-hmm. How do you know that?
because I've seen interviews.
Come on, Stanley. You're smarter than that.
Okay, I don't. No. I'm smarter than that. And the guy literally is a famous journalist who teaches at Columbia.
Come on,
I
stop.
don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Okay,
Let
well,
me-
I'm sorry. I don't have that kind of paranoia. Don't know exactly
It ain't
why
nothing
we
to do
got.
with paranoia. Like I
Okay,
just know.
son, I don't know what you're on today,
What?
but
Look,
the
ain't nothing
the
I'm
the
on. I'm just telling
author
you what
the
it is.
author of this book's name is Howard French. He
So you
happens
don't know
to be
about
Black.
ghostwriters? You
Okay,
don't know about that?
don't know why you are over
You don't know
talking me
about
while I'm
ghostwriters?
talking,
All
but
right,
it
I'm
it
sorry.
is no. I don't think he's a ghostwriter. Why would I think that?
Where do you think the
I mean,
term ghostwriter came from?
you wouldn't even know this guy's name had I not
Where do
mentioned
you
his name.
think the term
Okay, God damn
ghostwriter
it,
came from?
Simon, you're pissing me off with this bullshit. Can I get a sentence out and then you respond? Again, I've seen the guy
So
interviewed.
I'm being
He's
respectful.
written several books.
Mm-hmm.
He's done tons of interviews. I've actually
Mm-hmm.
shown his interviews on this program, not recently. What would lead you to think the book was ghost written?
Because most books are ghostwritten.
Okay. Well, that's something that's new to me. But you do agree that some people can write books, right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt because he's written several of them. As a matter of
All
fact, he's
right,
got a
all
new
right.
one out.
As I said, I'll look into it. I can't predetermine like just based on the
Okay.
boss.
Well, anyway, let's see what he had to say because I missed the Henry VIII part. Hopefully, I went back far enough. Let's go back a little bit more. We'll go back to 33.
Be able to be grafted in, nor should we want to.
Right.
So how do we have a different discussion today so that one nation under God, indivisible with liberty and justice for all applies to justice for all of us?
Right. So I think that we've always had that discussion, right? We've never centered or founded that discussion in the idea of we want what the white people have. Like our notion of freedom was based on our idea, not a pope, not Henry the Navigator, not these scriptures. They were based on who we were before there was an America, before there was kidnappers, before there was a Henry VIII, right? And those are the ideas that we forced upon this country. And our job, I think, is to keep expanding those ideas.
Okay.
Right? Because again, our notion of freedom was not Black freedom. It was human freedom, right? Again, and so I think what we've been doing, again, there's nothing that Black people
Stanley,
have ever done to
Yes,
expand
sir.
the idea
Can
of
you
freedom
pause
in this.
for a second, please?
Mm-hmm.
Do you actually agree with this shit?
Yes. Why wouldn't I? What do you find
No,
wrong
no,
with it?
I'm not contesting you. I'm just asking you. So it's just like I
Okay,
don't
well
really.
let me draw a stark contrast. Um, First off, I've been, my mother was a big history buff way back in the day. So much like this young man, I've been reading, Black American history for decades. I'm 61. I've been doing it probably since I was
What?
before 10. So I not only have I been reading it, but every now and again there'll be new authors, there'll be new research. History's, kind of like building a brick wall. You're always adding more bricks to the wall of knowledge. This is a particularly Black American view of the United States and its founding.
Okay.
We as a people see things a lot differently than
Of
your
course.
average white American does. And
Right.
look, I went to school like from seventh grade all the way through college and through the Navy. I was generally either the only or one of very few, like a handful of Blacks in any setting, whether it was a
Right.
classroom, whether it was, a 350-man ship. Most of the time I was on my last ship, especially, I was generally the only Black officer on the ship.
Right.
Now, I bring this up because a lot of times, because of my background, the way I was raised and all that stuff, sometimes you see the same thing or you see the same problem, but you have different ways of solving it. The problem will
Right.
be solved, but the way I do it might be different than the way someone else sees it.
Exactly.
Black people tend to see American culture in a different way than your garden variety white person because the histories are different. And I'll give you another good example. On these YouTube streets, you'll hear a lot of Black millennials, male and female, talk about boomers, how the boomers ruined America and all this stuff. And the other day I was on, who Candy Cane is, Candy Cane Lane.
No, I don't.
Um,
Go ahead, sir.
okay, well, I was on her show, and I probably the first time I'd ever been up on her panel. They were talking about boomers, how boomers ruin, Earth. And I had to go up there and remind them that the boomers that they're complaining about, they weren't Black. Okay, during, the 50s, for instance, especially in the South where most Black people live, not by much, but most Black people live in the American South. Most of that time the boomers grew up was a time of Jim Crow. Okay, Blacks were not, shaping American society or politics or economics to a degree that was moving the country one way or the other.
Right.
Okay. This boomer issue, hearing black millennials who don't know shit about American history talk about how the boomers ruined it, it just it kind of hurts my feelings at how
It should
uneducated
hurt your
these.
feelings because it's
Well,
real.
no. It hurts my feelings because these kids have no education. They have no sense of American history. To this day,
All
the
right.
meat
Look,
to
Stanley,
this
you do
day,
it.
hold on one sec. To this day, their the average generational wealth of the white demographic is 10 times more than the black American demographic. We're talking blacks who, have deep roots in American history. So what kind of wealth are black millennials expecting from their grandparents who grew up in Jim Crow and
I don't think
maybe
they're expecting anything.
I hear it almost daily about how they literally are saying that, hey, these boomers aren't leaving us any money.
Listen, this
They
is something
literally say that.
Stanley, let me
Mhm.
tell you something, okay? You could be as old as you want, right? It doesn't mean you actually understand what the hell's going on.
No, I
And
don't. Tell me.
no disrespect to you. I'm just saying, like, you can sound as black as you want, or as white as you want, or as old as you want, or as young as you want. But no, you're not really understanding what the hell's going on. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, what? Well, to a certain extent, I don't give a fuck.
You're not supposed to give a fuck. You're supposed to be yourself, and that's all you can be.
Right. But
Don't have
what
a
I'm
hard
saying.
time. Don't have a hard time about yourself. Okay.
Oh, well, no. This is, hey, their ignorance. It's just frustrating to see people get up on YouTube where there's like an international
No, you
audience
gotta be better
potentially.
than that. You gotta be better than that.
Okay,
We're looking
hold
up to
on.
you.
Let me finish a sentence.
Mhm.
It does look, as an older gentleman, I hate seeing young people sound fucked up. Most times they're pretty smart. Uh it hurts my feelings. Now, I mean, it's only once I turn the computer off, I don't give a fuck, but it's hard to get up on a panel and talk to people who don't know American history. You can't talk American politics without knowing some American
What are you
history.
trying to
And
achieve?
okay, what am I trying to achieve? A
Mhm.
good conversation.
Well, you can't talk like that then.
Well, then I'm good. No, I'm not going to
You
dumb
have
it
your
down.
opinion, fine. Okay,
Oh,
we
well,
get
I'm
it.
going to express my opinion. I'm not going to
Of course,
sugarcoat it.
but like you can't impose your opinion. There's a difference.
No, I'm not. I don't seek to impose my opinion other than to tell them they don't know
And
shit.
you have every right to. You have every right to, right? Like this is
But
your
let
channel.
me tell you, let me just tell you. As a matter of fact, I can show you the short
You
because
can
I
say
clipped
whatever
it.
you want. Like, but
Okay,
most
but
people are looking
the
towards you.
bottom line is I went up there and I explained, and it was very cordial. It wasn't like a bunch of yelling or anything. I basically laid out my argument. This boomer argument that these black millennials, and some of them are like 40 something. Your argument that first off, generational arguments to me are dumb. You can't blame a whole age cohort for much of anything.
Let me,
Because then you've got class, you've got race, you've got all kinds of things that
sir,
kind of
with all
destroy
respect,
the generational argument.
with
Look,
all respect, sir, like we like at 40, we're the new 20s. You know what I'm saying? Look, like my chick is like in her 50s, but she act like a 30-year-old. Like, so you can't tell me you're in your 40s or this, that, whatnot. Like, we're
okay,
living life
you're not
longer.
quite.
We're living. Wait,
You may not.
wait. Don't please. Come on, just give me a second,
Well,
okay?
you may
Please,
not be
sir.
getting my point.
Now I'm getting your point. I'm trying to make you understand something. You know what I'm saying?
What's
And you
that?
might not understand it at the end of the day, but I'm just saying. You know,
Well,
we
what am
are
I
living in a
supposed to
different.
understand?
We're living in a different age. like, you know, what we grew up around is not where what we're around right now.
Right, but let me ask you a question. I mean, that I agree with that point, but what I'm saying is if I'm up on a panel and someone wants to go, well, Stanley, you boomers are this, that, and the other. Well, you know what? I'm not going to sit here and go, oh, that person's dumb and not fire back. I'm going to educate that person to the best of my
That's just
ability.
your
If you're gonna,
feelings. Like,
if you're
that's
gonna,
nothing to do
if
with
you're gonna
anything.
come up here and accuse, number one, I'm not a boomer, but I'm right on the last year. But the boomer argument, if you're gonna call me a boomer, at least at least have a good reason for calling me that. And most of them don't seem to
Like,
understand for black
yeah, yeah,
people in
listen.
hold on one second. For black Americans in that boomer age cohort, age is the only thing they share with their white counterparts. They
You got
never had the social power, they never had the political power, they never had the economic power, and they still don't. What money are these millennials expecting black boomers to leave when they're 10 times less generational wealth than the white community? There might be
listen.
money,
You
there
all
might not be,
right,
but
all right,
by
all right,
on
bro.
average, the generational wealth is not there to leave their grandkids.
Stanley, like, if you're trying to make a point about something, you need to make a point. Like, if someone,
Well,
if
no,
people
I
are not
made
listening,
my point. Now, I don't know.
please,
Sometimes it's
Stanley, I
okay,
just listened to you for.
Simon, what you need to do is calm down. Okay, that's the first step. If I take longer than necessary, it's my show and I'm the host. Just be
All right,
patient.
fine. All right, I
I'm
got you. I
old.
got you, brother.
I'm
I got
old.
you, brother.
The bottom line is the kids
I don't
don't
believe you're old at all.
the kids, these kids don't know what they will hurl out insults, but they don't even understand their own argument. And it's frustrating.
I think you're a commodity, okay? But you need to make yourself the commodity. Like, the thing is, it's like we're looking up to you and you don't even know it. Like, you want to make it out like you're gonna
Well,
battle these kids, like, and this, that, what? No, we're not even looking at that. You know, like, this is the thing. Like, you know, like, I was really reluctant to come back to your channel,
why
but
is
I
that?
was like, yo, Stan, because like this is what you do. Like, I don't know what you went through in your life. I'm trying to listen, but you make it difficult. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I don't.
Well, you know what? I'm kind of like keep up. Okay, I'm not running a
Yeah, but I
kindergarten.
can't be that
And
fast. Like, whatever fastness you've been involved with, I ain't been involved with. Okay, you gotta make me understand, and it's on you to be the fucking leader. You can't turn around to me and go, ooh, ooh. You know, like, if you're saying you're Stanley the leader, be the leader.
well, I don't know that I want to be a leader. It is look, all I seek to do and look, it's not like I'm not hearing you. I understand your point, but look, I don't know that it's my job and I don't even know that it's appropriate.
Oh,
If I
you
got like
are
a
making
40
it your job. You are making it your fucking job.
well, on my panel, yeah.
No, it's not your panel. This is bigger than your fucking panel. Like, look, you're turning around. You're getting on YouTube. You're speaking to the fucking world. So at the end of the day, how the fuck did I find you?
Well, you know the first time I talked to you was over on Benji's channel.
Yeah, but you're just looking at it like it. Oh, you know, like what? So I have some affinity with Benji or some shit? No, I don't. You ever see me back there? No. Like what?
Well, hey, I haven't been over there myself.
Yeah, exactly. So it's just like, look, I'm looking towards you. I'm like, I'm trying to see some guidance myself. I ain't trying to tell you,
Uh,
son. We're having a conversation. That's what the
right.
conversation means.
Well, I don't know. I don't know that it's even appropriate for me to for me, listen to this. This is actually what I think. I think advice on YouTube. I think YouTube is the worst place you could possibly be to get advice. I think
I don't think so.
the best advice a young person can get if they're lucky enough is from their family or close friends, people
You
who
don't have any
actually know
family.
these people.
What if you don't have any family?
Well, then, I guess YouTube might have to do. But most
Let me,
people have
all right, all
friends
right,
at
all right,
least.
all right, Stanley. Let me tell you something, okay? I don't date. Like, I'm not about to, just like go to a restaurant and try and like convince some lady to be with me based on the fact that of what like she's eating and have a conversation about it, that would make me bored straight away. And the thing is, it's like most of us are bored. We're bored. You know what I'm saying? We haven't connected. Like there's a spectrum out here, and I'm
Mhm.
part of that spectrum. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? I ain't gonna lie to you. Like I am part of that spectrum, and at the end of the day, like I'm just gonna say the truth, and that's it. Like ain't no like this that what not la la la. You know what I'm saying? It's like a lot of people want to fuck around, but it's just like I would never fuck around with you. And this is a thing. This is what I learned, and this is what I was taught by white people.
Well, I had black parents who were who well no who were a counterbalance to the kids that I went to school with, and of course I go over their houses every now and again. But
You know
my
what?
father who's still around, he's 83. Probably see
The,
him in a week or so.
Stanley,
He used to tell me quite regularly, you need to remember you're not white. You can't do the things that some of these white kids do.
Mhm.
So I used to get that level set every now and again.
Listen, this white dude turned around to me and he told me how this shit works. You know what I'm
How
saying?
what works?
How all
Life?
of this shit, yeah, the universe, like
Now, is
life,
it
like
like is is
how
how
we
it
choose.
works in Britain different than how it works in the US?
No. It's not that. Like yo, this dude told me how they created the rocket that went up to like Mars or went up to you know the rock. You know what I'm saying? Like I swear to God, this dude freaked me the fuck out. Like I was scared to God. Like when he turned around and told me, I was like, oh shit. So he was bestowing that shit on me. I was like, so and he knew damn well that I couldn't turn around and tell my people because I'm part of the people, right? I'm black, and so it's like, yo, that's just outrageous. And even to this day, like I find it kind of strange that I can't even speak to you.
What would you speak to me about? To be honest, I'm a little confused about exactly what your point is.
Yeah, but you're turning around, you're saying you're 60 or some shit, right? But you're one of the smartest motherfuckers I've ever come across.
Oh, I don't know that you can really tell that over YouTube.
No, I can tell that.
Oh, okay. Well, I appreciate it. But
Yeah, let's
look
make
at
it clear.
look at the title of the show. I think that kind of says it all.
Exactly.
These younguns don't get it. Competing with an elderly man who does this for fun. I literally look. I could be reading a book, but you know what? I like news. I like history. I like all
Yeah,
these
but
cultural
that's
things.
not supposed to be your position. Your position is supposed to be you're supposed to school me. I'm not supposed to
See,
school you.
now see that part I disagree with. And I
Okay.
no. You're not the first person to say this, so don't think I'm blowing you off. I genuinely disagree with that.
Yeah, fine. Well, tell me why. Because
Well,
I don't
friend,
know
because
who else put
because
what.
in my opinion, the best advice you're going to get are people who actually know you in real life.
You know what, Stanley? You fucked up.
Oh, how's that?
Because like if you got two opinions in a global situation, you need to check yourself. Because
Um,
if someone else is turning around to you and saying, "Look, I look up to you," and you're going, "Ooh, ooh, kiki," right? And then I'm coming up to you and go, "Ooh, ooh, kiki," and you're
well,
saying,
let me
"Look,
tell
I
you.
ain't even do it." Like, what? What are you then?
Well, there are a few people that I talk to offline. If it came to that, put your email address. We can talk offline, but YouTube is doing it in front of whatever, number of people, and who knows, 20 years from now, they may be watching this. I don't think on air is the best place to connect. Um, Behind the scenes is
Yeah, but you
probably a
gotta be
little bit
honest.
better.
Like, you gotta be transparent. Like, we don't trust you. Do you get what I'm saying? So if you're saying, okay, like, we're gonna have a decent, like, or like a real conversation, like,
Mhm.
okay, cool. I'll put my email in the back, but it's just like I don't just do that for anybody. You know what I
Correct.
mean?
And right, because it's YouTube.
Nah, ain't no damn YouTube bullshit. Like, I'm talking to you, girl. What?
I'm listening. I have stopped my whole show.
Listen, there is no reason for me to be over here. I could be anywhere. You don't think there's a
That is
thousand
true.
fucking other YouTube channels I could be around?
Oh, well,
I,
you are quite the social butterfly.
yeah, yeah, but that's not the point. The point is, I'm telling you, like, I don't need to be here. You know what I'm saying? I'm here because I'm interested. That's why I'm
Well,
here.
one thing
Because
one thing I do appreciate, and every now and again, I'll actually stop and say, because I'm kind. I know I'm a little bit of a
you're a fuck
of a
nigga. Yeah,
of a bitter
okay.
of a bitter pill. Um, but most people here,
Ah, yeah,
I've been
damn
do
man.
I've had this show for a little bit over a year, about a year and probably about 6 months now. 355 subscribers. But you know what? Those are 355
That ain't
subscribers
shit. Like, it ain't.
well, right, I know that, but I value them. Okay. I don't have a haven't had a big exodus, or haven't had
Stanley,
look,
I know
it'll
you. Like, I know you, bruh. Like, I know, like, you could captivate an audience and you get your shit together and all this. It's gonna happen. Like,
yeah,
and
well, it'll happen when it happens.
yeah, yeah. So I mean, it's just I don't get why you want to talk about it. It's just like you don't need to do that.
Well, you mentioned you don't have to be here. Well, I'm painfully aware nobody has to be anywhere on YouTube. So I do appreciate you
You're
being
just
here.
really fucking interesting.
Well, believe me, it wears off.
No, it does not. No, it does not. Like, it may for a minute or something, but like, I look, it's like custard and cream or some shit. Like, if I'm interested in, like, something, I go to the shop or I go to Subway or McDonald's and I have a burger or something. It's like, okay, I tasted the burger. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, but yeah, tomorrow I might feel a different type of way.
Right.
You need to understand that shit. It's not really sort of like a thing of like, it's about me. Like, people will lean towards you. You know what I mean? But they lean towards you because you got something to offer. And if you didn't have something to offer in the
I
first
had
place,
so many people say that, like, you're an elder, you should be, doing this, that, or the other. And I'm not even being self-deprecating here. I
I
just
don't think you're in control of your shit. For real.
What do you mean I'm not in control of it?
I think like there's a higher fucking level going on. Because it's like you seem to
Oh,
think
somebody
and talk, and you're not even actually in control of that shit. It's like God has already like laid out your purpose, so it's just like you gotta understand that shit sometimes. You know what I mean? That's like yo, God laid out my purpose. Like, I ain't in control. I can say what the fuck I want on the internet. God's in control of
Yeah,
me.
I kinda do too. Not everything, but,
Yeah,
pretty
it's not everything because you're gonna counter it. Of course you are, and you're supposed to, because
well,
you're a grown damn man.
there are terms of service, so I probably can't
You
say.
know, like look, when I went into the trenches and all that shit, I had to really fucking realize who the fuck I was. You know what I'm saying? I was serving my country and all that shit, and I was just like, wow.
Oh, really? I didn't know you were in the military.
I spoke to you about this, Stanley.
You know what? It's been a while, and I don't remember. Probably, I'd had a couple beers. But you know what? You did tell me you were in the army. Now that I think about it,
Hmm. Hmm. Yeah.
something I was gonna something somebody said. Yeah, well, oh yeah, Yeti. That's going to be a show title. That actually, believe it or not, my mother had said something like way back in the day. You know, I'm going out. I'm going out in short sleeves.
You out of your mind. You crack me up. But I love you. You know, you're my brother.
Yeti
Like
said his
it's
mother would
what it
tell
is.
him put on a
You know,
coat. You ain't white.
can't really. You don't choose like you know who you get affiliated with. You
Oh
don't
my goodness.
like.
I am privileged. Hey, hey there.
Oh,
Hey,
is this chocolate? Oh, hey, babe.
Hello, hello. How
Hey,
y'all doing?
baby.
do you have on makeup?
A little bit, yeah.
Ooh,
Oh
nice.
my lord.
Well,
Look, you, you
I
you
won't
came
be
in.
I won't be hey chocolate, I won't be calling you a bitch tonight.
oh,
Hey, no, wait a sec, Brad.
It's a
No,
joke.
wait.
It's a
I don't
joke.
even. No,
It's a
no,
joke.
no, 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 no.
No, it's an
it's a
inside joke.
yeah.
It's an inside
No,
joke.
no, 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 no. Ain't no damn inside joke.
No,
Listen,
well,
bro.
you would wait, hold it. You would have to. I talked to you about this the other day. I was up on a
Listen,
panel, and
bruh. Now you don't understand.
apparently I don't.
All right. Well, check this shit.
I see you got your camera on.
You're damn fucking right.
Well, you're cammed
Is
up and and
that a
Coco.
flash?
I'll never let any man fucking disrespect chocolate. You out your fucking mind.
It was a joke,
I
Simon.
don't give a fuck, nigga.
Uh-oh. We don't use that N word up here. This
Mm-hmm.
this is not London, sir.
Yo, you see the you
This
see
is
the
not the
connection.
club at London.
I know
In
you're
London.
smart enough to understand what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, I'm smart enough, but
If you're gonna be
I think
disrespectful,
you're getting a little
understand.
overheated.
No, wait. Understand the bridge. Understand the bridge. You know what I'm saying? You don't do that. Like for real. And I'm not even trying to like say shit. I'm just saying like you can't disrespect a woman like that. That's wild.
Okay, you do realize if you don't stop, I'm going to call you a bitch.
You can say what you want. I don't mind. Like you can say what you want to me, Stanley. Stanley.
How have you been, Miss Earth?
I have been busy and mentally exhausted, but life is good. So,
Well, you look
I'm
nice.
not complaining. Well, thank you. I
You
had
you
some
look
things I had
like
to
you
do
look
earlier.
refreshed.
Yeah, yeah, kinda. No, I mean, I guess, but thank you. I felt refreshed beforehand, but Simon
Oh,
is
okay.
ridiculous.
Stop, chocolates.
Stop
Well,
what?
Yeah,
You need
because
to
she's been.
stop.
No, it's just like she's been so
Oh,
good to
wait a
me.
minute. I've been waiting to say this to you, Simon. So am I up here wiggling and jiggling like I was before? Is that what I'm doing? Wiggling and
No,
jiggling? That's what
I
you
know I
said.
fucked up. No, you know I fucked up. You know that. Okay, so please.
I didn't say nothing about that. I just asked you, was I giggling and wiggling up here? Because that's what you told me I was doing. So,
Did you do your facial?
what do you mean? Did I do my facial?
Did you?
Did I what? Put
Did you
makeup
do
on
your
my face?
facial? No, like just a cleanser. Do you know what I mean?
I wash my body, if that's what you mean. Like, do I wash my face?
Okay.
Well, you know what? And also, too, I was a lot darker. My tan was crazy work. So I might look a little oddly bright, but it's just because I've been indoors and not
You
really.
okay though?
Yeah, so that could be good.
All right. Okay.
I'm good. But I'm glad that you're good. Mr. Stanley, how are you, sir? I came to say hello. Wasn't trying to cause no problems. Just came to say hi. Taking a
Oh, Stanley's getting confused.
What? What are you talking about?
No, Stanley's getting confused. That's why he's on mute. You know what I mean?
Confused about what?
He don't know what the fuck's going on right now.
What's going on? I'm lost too. What's happening? I don't know.
Hey, baby girl. You know I love you.
No, you have a strange way of showing it.
Yeah, I know. I'm fucked up. I know that.
Y'all meetings is out here with the I love yous. Kill me with that. And then commence to call me something crazy. Like, no thanks. Keep your love.
You are hilarious. Swear to God.
I might as well laugh. You don't want me on the road?
Yeah, well, why not? You know, what's wrong with that?
The laughing them help me live longer. I
think about you every day, girl. Stop.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
I have no idea.
You do.
That you think
Don't let
about
me put a flashlight on you, girl.
Why do you have all these different flashlights, and why are you?
I'm a lawyer.
What's wrong with you?
Put on the flashlight. Well, you don't know about that movie?
Happening?
God damn.
I don't know. That's what you're talking about, Simon.
I know you're not supposed to. That's the whole fact.
I don't know. I was, but
So what? You with the next man? You want to go there?
I ain't with nobody. Okay, so we can move on from that. And even if I would,
Oh, you with a what?
It's
A
none of your
mixed
business.
man.
He don't know about our history.
Oh no, I don't.
You don't know about our history.
And you know what? I don't
You
need to
keep
know.
making up different things happening.
Pull that video down, Stanley. Let's have a conversation.
I'm getting all kinds of different stories. Sir.
Stop. Nah, stop, girl.
Somebody said flashlight. What's wrong with
Yeah.
by the way, I don't want that to happen. I have on a shirt.
Oh, I just assumed you did.
Yeah, I just because people think because I don't like.
You know what?
Right,
I wouldn't have even asked.
No. You can ask if
See,
you want. But I'm
when
just saying,
I'm
like
talking to someone, I look them in their eyes.
You don't have eyes, Stanley. What are you talking about?
How do you see him not have eyes?
He don't have eyes. Where's Stanley ever cammed up?
I mean,
I cammed up before.
No,
I don't have.
Stanley,
everybody, I only cam up like when I'm doing like the odd debate every now and again. I don't need to, but let me put it to you this way. Let me make you feel a little bit more comfortable because my old friend Nightish actually a while ago I did like some form of debate with Cellulite.
There you go.
By definition, it was Cellulite and Raw G. They're symbiotes. So it was
this nigga got mad at me because
it was a one on.
Did you see that shit, Stanley? Did you see that shit when Fantastic knocked this motherfucker out, and then Raw B was literally like run.
What?
He got mad at me because I turned around and I was on Angry Man's panel. He got mad at me, like he was like, "Urgh." You know what I mean? Like, lying, like lying, You know what I'm saying? I told this boy, you got knocked the fuck out by a skinny nigga.
Okay, was this in real life or was this
No, it's
on a
real life. This
panel?
is chocolate. Tell me, what's that dude's name?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, shut up, you do. You
No, I
playing
don't.
innocent? Don't do
Playing
that.
innocent? Innocent of what? Sir,
Who's
stop
that?
it.
No. What's that dude's name that sorted out he sorted out the actual fight. I'm gonna have to look it up. I don't even like to do that shit.
Okay. Well,
Well,
Brian
I
did
was
say
do you know who Karen Hunter is? Chocolate?
Karen Hunter. Maybe if I saw her picture, I might not know her by name.
Well, she and well, I know both these two, over the years, not personally, but know of them.
Mm-hmm.
So they are basically discussing America's 250th from a more black centric point of view.
Gotcha. Okay.
Michael Harriot is the guy on the left. He wrote a book a few years ago called Black AF History.
Mm-hmm.
It's basically it's a history book, but it's more centered on Black American history.
Right.
And I never read it, but from what I understand, it's really a good book. And the guy knows. He's not even a historian. He's I think he's an economist, but he's really interesting to listen
That's
to.
interesting.
And they're basically discussing, how all these people get together and they want to talk about the 250th and they want to talk about George Washington and Thomas
I
Jefferson.
want to talk
Well,
about
you know what? They are talking about Black people in our role or our ancestors' role. And
during those.
it's really a good conversation, in my opinion.
Okay. Well, please
So,
continue.
I try and do
That's cool.
stuff
That's
like
why I
that
like
every now and
Stanley.
again.
Like, that's nice, Stanley. That's nice, Stanley.
Hey, I'm a boring guy.
Anyway, I was taking a
No, I don't think you're boring at all. I think you're actually really fucking interesting, and I think,
So,
when people turn around and say they're boring, the funny thing about that is like you're bouncing into
not
something
Heather Hunter.
where
Nobody.
it's like, stop, baby, stop. Okay, like you're bouncing into something where it's like you're going to become more relevant than you ever understood. So what it is like you need to start
well, I
studying.
kind of hope not.
Hope not what?
Well, I don't want to be too relevant.
No, you are.
I don't want to be like
Yeah.
angry
So
man.
no, it's not that. Like, so no, I like the recollection came back. So it's like the dude was it might be risky. You know that dude?
Oh, I've heard of him.
Yeah, so he set up the boxing matches and he still do it. Like, and that's where Cellulite got knocked out. And Robbie was literally it was Mr. Fantastic, and no one would have known it. And it was kind of interesting because it was like, okay, like, because the perception is like if you're big and bulky or some shit like that, and some thin motherfucker come around, they can't knock you out, right?
They all
But
in Detroit?
over and over again, we see the facts. And it ain't about like
So
whether
they
you're
were
thin, fat,
street
this, that,
fighting or what?
whatnot, la la la. No. I don't know. You're asking me to go into a deep dive, so I can find out exactly what the boxing ring
Well,
was.
there's no reason to go into a deep dive.
Yeah, I can though. But I'm just saying, I could literally speak to him. He's a coach. You know what I'm saying? But it's just like I could speak to him if you want me
I'm
to.
just wondering.
It'll
I'm
be
just
a kind of
wondering.
interesting conversation, but they keep doing this shit. And it's weird. But you can't
Okay.
get mad when you put yourself in a position where you're trying to act like you're some like you're something, and then like Fantastic did him over, bro. It was just like one knockout. It's like bam. He didn't even put up a fight, and then you
Oh
saw
wait,
Raw
so
B run.
they actually were like in the same ring or in the same
No,
shit?
it was live. It was live.
Interesting.
Yeah. No, no.
Well,
I'll show you the
Fantastic
video.
was in the
I'll show you the
Fantastic was in the military. I'm sure he's got
Fantastic
hands.
is crazy. I swear to God, I'll never fuck with Fantastic. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he's probably had hand-to-hand combat. I'm sure.
Exactly. And I'm the same. And that's why, like, when you talk to people, sometimes it's like, oh yeah, you want to play me? It's okay, but yo, bro, get in the ring with me, bro. You found playing? What? You found just saying this shit? Why'd you do that? You know, like, yo, he stepped in. This motherfucker is a fat motherfucker, and at the end of the day, like, Fantastic fucked him up. He got mad at me. I was like, nigga, that nigga knocked you out.
Oh my lord!
Straight out. It didn't even take 2 minutes, bruh. 2 minutes. He was in the ring.
No, I might have to start doing like Sharon and charging for using the N word.
Okay, you can do it. Look, that's your business, bruh.
One day I'm gonna be popular enough to force
so
people to pay
beautiful,
for using that
Coco.
kind of language.
You look beautiful, Coco. You know how I feel about you. Ding
Thank
ding.
you. And no, I don't.
I'm just on this. I'm just on some English shit. Don't worry about me.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go back into the chat. I just wanted to come by.
No, stay
Well,
here. Stay here, please.
I have to say that I'm glad you did. And I'm sorry. I know I sound all weird, but you do look nice.
I like to be
So,
around you, Coco. Stop. Don't go back into the chat. Stay here.
I gotta get back to
I
work.
I think she needs to get back to work, and she's probably probably ready to wind down. She comes up here to relax, and you're just stirring everybody up.
No, 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 no. We have a deeper relationship. You don't even know what.
Oh, you do.
Simon,
Stop.
you stop.
Stay up here. I want to see you.
I don't
Oh
care.
my lord!
When they come
Well,
up
wait,
here,
hold it. Just
Like,
take a screen
wherever.
grab. Just take a screen grab, screenshot.
How am I going to do that? No, I want to hear her voice and her opinion on the subjects that you're talking about. What's wrong with that?
I'm listening, and if I will, I'll throw something in the chat. I will holler at y'all.
Oh, all right. Well, thank you.
Bye. Okay.
Bye. Well, it's always lovely to have her up there, up here.
I love Coco. Like
She's,
because we had it.
she's got me all tongue tied.
Yeah, she cool. Like most of them. Like she actually is
Yeah,
really
I wish
fucking
she
cool.
makes me wish I was young again, for sure.
Well, you can be young again. What's wrong with that?
Oh, I have I'm kind of like you. I'm just kind of out of the game.
You're very fucking smart, bro. Like there's a lot of people that
Yeah, but that can kind of work against you on YouTube. I've
no, but you
noticed.
can't. It's ain't YouTube. Like we're talking about real life. Like really,
Oh yeah,
Like
well
so.
shoot, I've been retired for like 5 years. I don't. That's why I
Why
have
did you get
time to.
retired?
Hmm?
Why did you get retired?
Well, some of it had to do with having to raise my son. After his mother passed away, so I needed to make sure that he got where he needed to be, which he's in a really good place. He's got a couple more years of college left, and then I'll get to do what I want to do.
So that's kind of interesting because like I'm a single father as well, and I had to raise my daughter like by myself. So why can't we make the best use of something
I
that's
think I am. To be honest,
I didn't know that about you, Stan.
I live a great life. I mean, literally, I woke up at
It's
5 o'clock this morning. I read for like 4 hours.
We do
Um,
because we're good, but it's not that. It's like, okay, we live a great life, fine. But like as parents and shit like that,
well,
like we need to talk.
my son turned 20 on Monday. He doesn't need me around,
You
that
don't know
I mean,
that. What makes you say he
he's
don't
in
need you
well,
around?
hold on. He's in the house, but like today he went over to a friend's house. They, you know,
Stop,
in a pool or
Stanley.
somewhere.
Come on, stop.
He just, I'm parent emeritus. I'm his advisor now. I'm not going to
Come on,
parent
no,
him.
no, 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 no. Don't do that.
Um, what was I going to say? I was actually going to show. You know what? Listen to this short. And I got another one that I thought I released, but I didn't. Um, let's see here. This is
Stanley, let me tell you something. I
yes.
made the mistake of thinking that I don't need to speak to you.
Well, I'm
You
here.
see
I
that
got
shit?
time.
You see that shit? Go
What
ahead,
do
son.
you not like my self-deprecation?
No, I just relate to you. That's the whole thing.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah, but you look, I'm younger than you, and you may see it in a
Well, just
different
about
light.
everybody on YouTube is that I talk to,
Now you don't understand what.
with a couple
No, no,
exceptions.
no, you can't go there because there may be someone that turns up tomorrow that's older than you. Okay, so you can't go there. But I'm just saying, like, just try it. Look, I don't know. Do your shit. Do your shit.
Well, I was going to show you this short. It's it's called now I was up on Candy Kane's panel and I actually had a good time. It's really the first time I've ever talked on her panel. The last time I
Mhm.
was up there, I didn't get to talk, and then I had a phone call that I had to take, so I just had to drop down.
Right.
But I had finished up this show, and sometimes after the show, I'll see who else is on, and they were talking about something that I was interested in, and
Okay.
when I when I went up there, they were Wall Street Willie was talking about books. And the other thing that I just have not been able to get used to, and I think it's a generational thing as well. These
Mhm.
A lot of people don't they just like they have a thing against books.
Yo, Wall Street is
And
out of his fucking mind. Let's put that shit straight. Okay. It's out of his fucking mind.
well,
Like so.
he and I actually agreed on some things.
Yeah, nah, he's cool. He's smart, but he's out of his fucking mind. You get what I'm saying? So wait, you want to turn around and talk about some books or some shit? That nigga ain't gonna fucking
Listen,
relate to that shit.
this is just like a minute and a half long. Just listen to this short.
All right, go ahead, sir.
And a book just ain't gonna give you. Books are valuable. I mean, I'm not a diploma phobe, right? Books are valuable, but there does need to be more of a focus on our actual history. Because once you really start to look at that.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was muted. He's
Yeah,
saying
I'm still listening.
books are fine, but we need to
Uh,
focus on our actual wisdom.
right.
And yeah, but where do you get? I mean, if it's not from your parents or something like that, what is your
No, no, no. Most
kids?
of us don't have
Kids,
parents. That's
kids
why we're
aren't
up here talking some
kids
shit.
aren't kids aren't born with wisdom. What wisdom do you focus on? You get you get wisdom from multiple inputs. And the title of this short is Books Are the Distilled Wisdom of the Ages. I mean, they're
I don't agree with that. I think like the wisdom comes from the conversation, and that's why we have
and
the
I
conversation.
thoroughly disagree with that. I think you get
Well, you can
I
if you
think
want.
you well, hold on one second. First off, you don't get wisdom from books or conversations. You get wisdom with the books and the conversation, but most of it's experience.
Hmm.
Okay, there are very few 19-year-old wise people. That comes with experience. If he means, hey, you focus on your experience, well, use the right words. Okay, wisdom
Yeah,
is
but
not
not many
wisdom,
people are
but
capable of
you've
using
got
the
to
right words. Like,
understand but you've got to understand that these books, like 100, look, we read Plato. Okay, that's like wisdom in those books.
you're dealing with some white shit. Like,
Okay, well,
I don't
okay,
get
well,
that
I
shit
don't
at all.
okay, well,
Like,
I hate to tell you this, but you live in Britain, I live in the US. We
it
live
don't
in
matter
the
where you
West.
live.
Hold
This
on.
is so
Hold
stupid.
on.
Like,
We live
right?
in the West. And if you are on some black radical separatist stuff,
Stop.
well, that's perfectly fine. Get your 100 acres in Ghana or Gambia or somewhere
Like,
and
it's
go live
ridiculous.
that
It's
life. But for someone like me, the best thing I could possibly know is let me be blunt, what the white people are thinking. Okay, because I don't worry about the black people that much. I do worry about what the white people are thinking.
look, there's a whole case going on right now where it's like, yo, this dude did this, like, yo, Brad, like, seriously, it's bullshit. You know what I'm saying? It's
What's
like we
bullshit?
know what the fuck it is. Like
Okay, I have
that
no
Carmelo
idea
case
what
or
you're
whatever.
talking
Like,
about. What is
you
the
don't know
it
about the
you're
Carmelo
talking
case
about?
in Texas? You don't know about that?
I'm not sure where you're going with this.
All right, well, cool. I mean, like, look, I ain't gonna push it, but I'm just saying, like, I don't really get it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it don't matter. You know what I mean? Like, we need to
Well,
focus on
it
what the
for
fuck we
me, for
focused
it
on.
may not matter to you, but for me, it does matter. I've made it this long doing what I'm doing and have done fairly well. I happen to like Play-Doh.
Shut up! You don't
now,
know shit about Play-Doh.
let me also tell you this, and it's been years, 30 years. Uh, I took this modern African lit class. It was a junior level English class that was taught by a South African literature professor. He was a guest professor at the University of Georgia. I'm a science major, but I took this modern African
You're a
lit
science
class,
major. Is that what you're
and I
saying?
can tell you right now, I've
You're a
read
science
plenty.
major.
I'm sorry. What was your question?
No, I'm just saying you're a science major. That's what you said, right?
Yeah, chemistry.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but what I'm saying is, look, taking that class opened up a whole world of modern African writers that I love the class. I read these people. The professor knew some of the authors, and you know what? Um, I I think some of the people like Wale Soyinka, all these, Chinua Achebe, of course, even someone like Nadine Gordimer, who's white. Look, African literature is the bomb. Okay,
No,
these writers, there
all
are
right.
very few American writers that are writing as good as someone like what's the lady from Nigeria? I can't think of her name, that I
I don't
just
give a fuck
adore.
about Africans, like, period. Like, I don't.
Right. Well,
Like,
all I'm saying, you said that I only read the white man.
yeah, but
I
I
read
don't give a
some
fuck
African.
about Africans. I don't get this shit. Like,
Well,
I swear to God.
who do you read?
Listen, they sold us out.
Who sold us out?
The Africans.
Uh,
That's how this
I
whole slavery shit came about. Like for real. Like, get to the core. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
It's
well,
like,
you know, there are two sides to a transaction, though.
no, 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 no. Like, no, they sold us out.
Well,
Period.
would you have rather been sold to the Arabs?
I don't think they would have been capable of the Americans. The Arabs don't really understand what they're doing. That's why we keep going over there and going, oh, I'm gonna get you oil or
No,
some
no,
shit.
no, no.
Like,
You were talking about several hundred years ago
yeah,
when,
yeah, yeah. I'm
West
an old
Africa.
soul. You know I'm an old soul. You know that, right?
No, apparently you're a real old soul.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So like I'm telling you, like, listen, the Africans fucked up. They fucked up. They were the ones that sold us in the fucking first place. And without that happening, without that transition happening, we would have never gone through the fucking slave trade. Period. I don't know what the fuck these motherfuckers want to play with. Like, yo, that's out of order. We wouldn't have this discussion. There would be no discussion about the whole fucking shit.
Yeah,
You
that's
know,
right.
like,
We would be having this discussion like hunting something.
listen, let me tell you something, baby. Look, let me tell you something. Look, these motherfuckers sold us out. You know what I'm saying? And created a whole different dynamic in the world. It ain't sort of like a thing of, oh yeah, you know, I'm going to the supermarket and I'm doing this shit. You know what I'm saying? Nah, they fucked this shit up. I don't even know if they really understood what they were doing. But it ain't nothing to do with me. But it had a fucking issue on me. It had an issue on my child. It had an issue on my grandchild. Had an issue on everybody. Because you didn't really understand what you were doing. And this is why it's really important for people to understand what they're doing. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's out of your fucking mind. Look, it just took one person, right? It might have just been one or two. I don't know if they had a family conversation, son, to give the white man the boat to come and create this slave shit.
Just out of curiosity, where did you read all this?
I ain't really shit. I know people.
Ah,
I know people. Look, then they started trying to make us play the fucking violin, right? They try to make us like act like something else ain't going on. They want to make us witness. They want to make us witness a white man fucking a black man, fucking a black
okay,
woman.
wait.
Wait,
Hold on.
wait,
Wait, hold it.
stand.
Whoa, what are we
Oh wait,
witnessing? And
you don't know what
what are you
slavery look
talking
like?
about?
You don't know what slavery work? What?
Okay, I've never personally experienced it.
No, I did. I did. That's my
Oh, that's
ancestors.
right. That's right. You have
Yeah,
firsthand
it ain't
experience.
on you, it's on me. Like I witnessed that shit.
Okay.
Seeing a white man fuck a black woman for the first time. What? What?
Oh
When did
boy.
that fucking happen? Huh? A white man fucking a black woman. Like what? In all, like, yo, in all her beauty and all her like extremities and all the things that we fucking love about her, that's a black woman. You have this white man sit around put his dick in her pussy.
Okay. Well, we are getting a
Yeah,
little
your fucking
graphic
mind.
here for this
No, no,
family
no, no,
show.
no, wait. No, look, seriously. Get out
Well,
of your damn
this is
fucking
this is
mind.
going a direction I
No,
have
no,
no
no,
clue.
it's no
But wait, hold it.
direction.
Are you gonna talk like this in front of our friend Chocolate? We
Look,
we
I'm
don't
in a different
we don't
position.
want
Like,
to be off-putting.
I'm just saying.
Oh, hey, Arowella, he's one of your fellow Brits.
I don't give a fuck about these fellow Brits. Like at the end of the day, like look, I'm telling you, look, no black woman wants a white man's dick, okay? Period. Like
Oh
I
my
don't know what
lord.
you're fucking dealing with.
Well,
Like yeah, you're
I
damn
wonder if
fucking right.
maybe we shouldn't change the topic.
Now you can do what you want. That's your look. This is your channel. I'll hop
Okay.
off. But I'm just saying, like, no black woman wants a white man's dick. Like that is crazy to them. Like because like I fuck
Well,
with black women
how do you know what a black woman wants?
because she told me. She
Oh,
told
just
me.
one.
No. I've been in successful relationships. You get what I'm saying? Like I got like 3 children. You trying to
Right.
tell me there's one? Nigga, please. They all out their mind, like because of the fuck shit that goes on. You know what I'm saying? Like, like my recent one, she in the hospital, like in jail. Do you know what I'm saying? She got raped, like
Okay, wait,
two
hold it.
weeks.
Who are we talking about?
My recent relationship, like she got raped 2 weeks ago.
Ah,
Yeah,
well, have you talked to Dory?
Dory's my baby. Like that's my wife. That's different. Like
Was
she
she like seriously?
no, she understands what the fuck's going on,
Oh,
and
oh,
that's the
oh.
only reason why I'm with her, because like you know. But look, I can't control what goes on, and like my children's mother's lives. I can't control that. Like, but like she turned around and told me she got raped. So I'm like, who you get raped with, right? But then she turned around and went, I didn't get raped. I'm like, what?
Uh,
So you just let a man in your house to fuck you, right?
Okay, well, wait, hold it. Do I do I need to know all this?
No, you don't need to know the shit. You can tell me to shut the fuck up.
Well, shut the fuck up.
Hey, there you go,
Now,
Stanley.
but in closing though, I mean, have you talked to her about it? Are y'all still together?
Nah, she fucked up. I don't know what the fuck's going on.
Well, move on. You're still young.
I'm still young.
I think so. You're younger than me.
Okay. I
Well, I
listen.
mean,
I listen to you.
in this life, you're younger than me.
As I said, I'll listen to you. You know, I ain't got no problem with that. It makes sense. As long as things make sense, that's what it is.
Right. So, how are your kids? You've got two kids or just one?
I got 3.
Three. Okay. Are they all daughters?
No,
No.
nah, I got a son.
Okay.
My oldest daughter is she's a travel attendant, so she's on the
Oh,
planes
really?
and shit. Yeah, yeah. And she real mad and crazy, you know what I mean? But it is what it is. You know. She be like, "Daddy," my mom's crazy,
Hmm.
and I'm like, "Okay, what do I need to do to you, baby?" And she's like, "Yo, just support me." And I'm like, "Okay, I can't do anything else."
Well, that's what fathers are for.
Exactly.
When
You know,
you gotta be there for those young people.
yo, man, the next generation, uh, um, they don't look at things the same way we look at things. That's what you gotta realize. That's what it is.
Oh
It's
well,
not
why
really.
should they? I mean, you more or less train kids to be their own people. You don't
I
really
know, but
learn anything.
I just think like you know I don't think we really understand the next generation of life. And
Oh,
I
I don't want to I don't want to understand. They need to understand. Well, I'm speaking of me and my son. He needs to understand me. I don't necessarily need to understand him.
I don't think it's gonna happen. And you gotta get to a point where it's like, you know, he's just never really gonna understand it.
Oh, well,
You
that's
know,
fine.
now and it's cool. It's not like you did a bad job, and I think that's the
Oh,
main concern.
hey, he's at a fine college, and he is looks like he might even graduate. Uh, I will always be here for him, but once he's on his own power, you know, call me when you need me. I'm not going to be, parenting
How,
you over somebody
wait.
else.
So I'll tell you something. How can I look up to you, but your son can't look up to you? How does that
Oh,
work?
I assume he does.
No, exactly. So like that's the point.
Well, let me put it to you this way. After school was out, he came on home and, he decided to take a physics class over the summer, and he's hanging out with his friends, and he's hey, he had a tough year, and he's relaxing this summer. He'll be
That's
back to school
parenthood.
in a month or so.
That's parenthood.
Yeah.
And you're doing a good job, Stanley. Don't
Yeah.
ever fucking doubt yourself.
Oh, well, you
Because
know what? I have, believe me, I have well, my mother's no longer around, but believe me, if I'm not doing what I have, my
I'm
father's
the
not.
same. Like my mother passed away when I was 16 years old. I told you.
Yeah, but I have a lot of advice. Like,
You're cold.
my
You're,
father-in-law will actually be down on Sunday. So I have a lot of, advisors. I'll put it that way if I ever have questions.
that's good. That's good. You know what? I'll tell you something. You're one of my fucking advisors. I ain't gonna
Well,
fuck
I
with you
am.
like that. I'll tell you the fucking truth. You know what I'm saying? But I love you to death. Like you're one of the ones that I've never fucking met in my life. And
Well,
like
I
you
appreciate that.
speak some real fucking shit. There's no way you're gonna turn around to me at any time of the day, and you're like, I'll say some shit, right? And you'll be like, "Yo, Simon." I'll be like, "Oh shit." I love you, Stanley. I
Well,
do.
I appreciate that.
Well, fuck
So
that.
let's get back to my darling Karen Hunter.
I gotta go
Um,
though because I got
well, yeah, it's pretty late over there,
baby's
isn't it?
calling me. Yeah, baby's calling me. So
Okay. Well,
all right, do your shit, right?
it's good talking to you.
I'll be back. I'll
I'm
be
not
back.
gonna yeah, I'm not gonna be up
Let's
too much
see
longer.
what she says. I might be back. You know.
Okay.
You're out of your mind, girl. Anyway, yeah. Thank you for having me up. But
All right.
yeah.
Have a good night. Um, well, if anybody else wants to hit the link, where we are is this is Karen Hunter and Michael Harriot talking about America's 250th, but from a Karen Hunter, uh, basically an African American studies sort of lens, which I appreciate. As folks probably know, I'm a huge fan of Karen Hunter, and Michael Harriot. He's pretty good too. Wrote the book Black AF. What is it? Black AF History, which I haven't read, but I've heard a lot about. And he's basically a Black history expert, at least a non-professional. As far as for being a non-professional historian, he knows a lot about Black history. He's even written a book. So I, I'm enjoying the conversation. And if anybody, if anybody, well, yeah, I don't know about Godfather. I've pissed a lot of people off, Arabella, but in the end, it all turns out okay. Um, So anyway, let's listen to these two. We're about 35 minutes into an hour and 20 minutes. So what? We've got we've got about 50 what 5 minutes left or so. So let's hear them out.
Country and not democracy. I kind of bristle when I hear these people talk about this idea of democracy because it's not democracy. The founders specifically say, you can read the letters from Thomas Jefferson. Again, these are not my interpretation. He was like, no, we don't want that democracy stuff, right? Not democracy, but freedom. And this is a different thing. Political liberty, personal, individual, and collective freedom, right? And they were different, and we forced them upon this country. When we gave ourselves the right to vote, we gave everybody the right to vote. When we enacted our own emancipation, like remember, like the 13th Amendment also gave Native Americans citizenship. It gave everybody citizenship, right? And so, because there are no constitutional amendments, very few laws that specifically say, like, this thing is for Black people. It will say stop, like the thing that we enacted was for everyone. And I think that idea, carrying it forward, right? There's people who kind of want to base laws on this exclusive notion of Black Americans or on like this restrictive thing that's kind of like a mirror image of white supremacy, but with Black people. And that's never been who we are now. That is a separate issue from who should get reparative justice from this country. There's people who should specifically receive it, right? But expanding the idea of liberty and freedom, the ideas that they said they wrote, but we took and made them reality. I think that is our job.
I've been struggling 250 years with talking about this country's founding. The entirety of the 250 years, when I think about culture, when I think about America, they say, apple pie, certain things are American. But it seems like Blackness has been part and parcel of creating the American aesthetic, culture, language, music, art from its inception. Am I wrong for that? This is me just being an armchair historian.
Oh, I mean, you're not wrong, right? I mean, when you think about it, all of the things that we think of as American culture are adaptations of Black culture.
Give us some examples, Michael.
Well, the music, right? Like, I mean, white people were not singing songs in church, right? Like when I talk about the Holy Ghost, right? Like now you see, white people get in the spirit. That was not a thing, right? Until we came here, right? Not even just that, like jazz, funk, like rock and roll, like all of it were adaptations. I mean, even country music, right?
Anything with a banjo,
right? Not just anything with a banjo, right? The guy who they call the father of country music, right? If you asked him, right, he says, well, look, man, I used to be what they call a gandy dancer. I used to work around Black guys on the railroad. What? My father was poor. I worked around Black guys, and that's how I learned the rhythm. We would have to
boom when you hit. It was
and we would sing songs, and they taught me how to imitate a train whistle. Well, that's what country music called yodeling now, right? They call him, like later on, people would say after he died, his wife said, well, he, got that from Scottish Highlanders. And then it turns out he had never been to Scotland, right? He just got it from some Black folks, right? What they call the first family of country music, the Carters. How did they get all that music? Well, they had a guy who traveled around with them. They called him the human tape recorder. And he would take these folk songs and teach them how to play them, right? So the style of guitaring and singing, all of those songs came from one Black guy and you know what they gave him for it, right? He was missing a leg, so they bought him a wooden leg, right? And his name Leslie Riddle. You can look it up. Like, I'm not making up these ideas, right? So again, the culture, even the stuff that we kind of refer to as like white culture, the rock and roll, the country music, all that's there's no culture without Black culture, right? And so when we talk about, and it's America's biggest export, right? And then it's not just not just the culture, right? Like there was no European or American form of blacksmithing until they went to Africa and got blacksmithing people who had been doing it for millennia, right? And it's rice, the rice culture, right? How we eat, right? The first American edible cash crop, rice, Africans, right? All of it, right? When you talk about the knowledge, the history, the culture that we call American, that we export all over the world, is just Black culture's adaptation to America.
What I see it as is erasure of Blackness. It's taking Black people's stuff and erasing them and then commodifying it and then reframing the history around it, right? So everything from vaccines, Onismus, teaching people how to vaccinate against smallpox. An enslaved person is like, oh, this is all you got to do, is put a little bit here. And ancient technology that came from Africa, the rice, like you mentioned, macaroni and cheese, like all the spices, anything that has seasoning, how they preserve meat, it's stunning to me. But it also speaks to a different kind of culture, because you and I, the way we move, we don't need to have that whole I need credit for this, or we need to lift up one person and celebrate one person, because nothing happens singularly anywhere. It's always a collaboration. And who gets credit is the person that gets to write it down, right? Or gets to say, I did this. But even what we're doing here, it takes a village to produce a show. I would never sit here and say, my name's on it, but every day I think
Black Americans have been important co-authors. I think that's a little bit unnuanced. What about I think it's a little bit more complicated than that. Remember, Africans had an oral tradition. So, spoken word and music and stuff like that, that was the culture that got imported over here. Okay, folks need to recall that these people that were brought over from West Africa were not Play-Doh, to be formed into whatever massa needed once they got to their destination. These people brought cultures with them. A good example, and though it's a Creole culture now, right there on my mother's side of the family, the Sea Islands of South Carolina and Georgia. Clarence Thomas is part of that, Sea Island of Georgia community as well. The other thing is, it wasn't just a matter of servitude. It was the only acceptable way, or the only way that folks, say during Jim Crow, could actually make money, because they weren't going to let us be doctors, or they weren't going to let us be engineers, or they weren't going to let us, work on Wall Street. So, you got to do something. And, it's almost like, these families that pass down, say, carpentry from generation to generation to generation. Their last names are Carpenter because they were traditionally carpenters. Same thing works with entertainment and that sort of thing. But servitude was one reason, but there were other reasons as well. And even today, when Black people can pretty much be anything they want to be, sports and entertainment seem to be ways to make money. And I'm not sure you could say Michael Jordan was somebody's servant. At least, I mean, I guess you could say, hey, I'm playing for a basketball team and they pay me. I guess you could look at it that way, but I don't know that I agree with that wholeheartedly. How do you explain white entertainers? Do they do it out of servitude? I'm not sure that I buy that is, you know, the only reason blacks got into entertainment.
Everybody, because this doesn't happen in a vacuum.
Oh, and by
It's
the way,
wild to me. Maybe that.
If you don't know much about how American slavery worked, and in the Caribbean as well, they would import people from certain parts of Africa for the agricultural skills that they had. White people didn't, it was Native Americans and Africans who basically taught the agriculture to a lot of these, Jamestown type settlers. Okay, white people didn't come over here and learn how to plant tobacco on their own. They had help. Uh, the rice culture of South Carolina, it wasn't white people out there in the fields or who even had the skills. Indigo, dyeing fabric, which was a big thing, white people didn't know how to do that. So black people, even as slaves, could do more than play the banjo. So
That's white culture. Maybe
Right.
that's whiteness. The ability to take credit for things.
Right, because the idea of
and
intellectual
I
property
did.
really
It
kind of
doesn't
didn't
change
exist,
my
right? Like
argument.
it was
I don't know how defining that period. You do realize that slaves were brought to Charleston who had knowledge of rice and indigo culture. My point is that blacks did more than play banjos for servitude. It's way more complicated than that.
it's like, you ask Socrates and they would go to Africa and the Africans were like, yeah, we'll teach you how to, the guess the weather and chart the stars, and we'll teach you algebra and all of this stuff.
And thinking.
Right? And philosophy and all of the scientific knowledge. We'll give that to you. And Socrates and all of those people, they were willing to give the Africans credit. It was later.
Khan, it doesn't change my argument. One of the reasons that blacks played music was for servitude, but they did more in servitude than play the fucking banjo. They cooked, they picked, they did all kinds of things. There were a lot of things that slaves did in servitude. Playing the banjo might have been just one of the things they did. And the banjo came from Africa. So apparently they were playing music before they were ever forced on the boat. That's my point. It was a lot of these ethnicities were oral cultures. So spoken word and music was the way they handed down their history. The music was not just for servitude or to entertain massa. That's my point.
That we were erased, right? Because it wasn't like the people who taught them say, you got to tell them my name, right? They didn't think that the intelligence and the information belonged to them, right? Until it was like, it wasn't really until the 1300s when like these European glassmakers, really is when the first time it started. They gave what they call a patent on a glassmaking technique.
CKJ3 and I know excuse me. I know CT knows this. Who do you think taught the Europeans? One of the reasons that the Portuguese even got interested in West Africa was West Africa had gold mines. So speaking about the Stone Age, these people were mining gold and making jewelry. So obviously they had passed the Stone Age. The Portuguese needed gold to fight their wars, as did other European countries. So there were, they'd at least gotten to a point to where they could mine gold.
And
so there was
from that,
metallurgy,
like that is the origin of what we now call capitalism, right? And so
that somebody said, hey, if we give a patent and we can make money, because
speaking of anti-black blacks and black people being racist towards black people, I noticed that Galt's show for tomorrow, and I see Latino's show for tonight. It's titled Watermelon Felon, in honor of this whole Carmelo Anthony thing. Apparently, Austin Metcalf's father is making the rounds in the media. So of course, these folks are going to be highlighting him and calling their shows Watermelon Felon. These people's just heinousness knows no bounds. It's how do these people fucking sleep at night is what I wonder.
You got to pay for that, right? And now I don't have to do anything to make money, but give you a letter or a number to say this
make
is
it
yours.
illegal to do this
Yeah, that's
thing,
true.
to use this
Okay.
technique, unless they pay us. And that idea of patenting, like, again, was instrumental in the development of America, because when they came here, the people here who first came were inept, and they gave them what they call land patents to bring people who could build and to grow. They gave them 50 acres for every person who they brought over, right? And so these initial families that came over here, we think they conquered America. Now they got free land, bro. They came over here and got free land.
That didn't belong to them.
Right.
Oh, that's
and
pretty
then
funny.
we know
That might be a
again,
show
these are
title,
my,
okay?
you can look 1638, a guy named George Menifee said, hey man, what if I get land patents for what he called the Negroes I have bought out of Africa? And that is what kind of started the real slavery boom.
Michael Harriot. So when did you bump into all of this? We're talking about Michael Harriot. His book is Black AF History, the Unwhitewashed Story of America. We're celebrating 250 years of this country's foundings. When did you run into this stuff? When was your first oh, wait a minute. What the hell? Why didn't I know this before? What was that first moment for you?
I think it was always this moment was when I would listen to people say stuff and it didn't make sense.
For example,
I don't like bringing this up because it blows people's mind, but there's no evidence. Like when we talk about Harriet Tubman and how she escaped on the Underground Railroad, there's no evidence that Harriet Tubman escaped on the Underground Railroad. Like, it was always wild to me that, like, why haven't we ever met any of these white? Do you know how proud these white people would have been to say, my family helped Harriet Tubman escape? Why we ain't never met none, right?
So what are you saying? How did she get? Okay, Michael.
See, like, this is the controversial part. So Harriet Tubman's family and the people who saw her right before she left said she disappeared. People said she could disappear. Now, if you go back to South Carolina, there were stories from different islands of people who said, like, some of the people could fly and some of the people could disappear. And like this one writer for the Federal Writers Project cataloged a bunch of them. You can go read them yourself. These are like not a historian's ideas. These are she just wrote down what the people said. It's called Drums and Shadows. It was written like in 1940. But this idea that there were people who could fly and that people who could disappear had always existed, right? And what's interesting is that the people who said who tell the story of Harriet Tubman running away said she disappeared. And the biographers, the white biographers, translated into she ran into the woods. Harriet Tubman, this is going to sound crazy. Harriet Tubman said she could fly, and people translated into she had dreams she could fly. When they asked Harriet Tubman how she knew, she was like, oh, yeah, I used to fly over this area. That's how I knew where to go. And Harriet Tubman said when she crossed the Mason-Dixon line, she didn't know where she was. She looked at her hands and she looked at her body and she couldn't believe she was there. And they translated it into, and to be fair, if you read a biography of Harriet Tubman, when they get to the part about how she escaped, they always say, well, she probably would have gone this way. They don't say she was on the Underground Railroad. They infer it, right? And
okay, all right, Michael, and I'm here with it. I'm here for it, by the way. So if she could fly and people could fly, why didn't more people get the hell up off this plantation and fly away? Why didn't they fly back to Africa? Why did it take 200 years to get out of bondage?
Well, I'm not saying, again, I want to be clear, like, I'm not saying Harriet Tubman could fly.
Okay.
I'm saying that everybody they asked who was there said she could.
Okay.
Right? I'm saying that all those people in South Carolina, when they asked, they said, yeah, there's some people, I knew some, there were some people who could fly, right? The story.
Where are these people now? Why can't we fly now?
Well,
because we don't need to fly? Or go ahead, tell me.
Well, so there's a lot of stuff that we don't do because we don't think we can do, right? Like,
you saying something,
right? There are a lot of people who don't think they can learn because we know this, right? Like in the education system, we know about positive affirmations, not like ethereally, but factually and scientifically. If you tell somebody you can't learn every day, then they won't be able to learn, right? We know that, like, you can talk to a plant and yell at it. Like, we know this. It's a scientific fact.
And it will affect their growth. Yes.
Right. Now, the idea, I mean, what has always interested me, not necessarily is the flying part, but how it became the Underground Railroad part. It had to be some white people who helped Harriet Tubman. It had to be like all of these people who said these things separately were just crazy, or who never met each other, were just making stuff up, right? It had to be, right? Because the flying part is unfathomable. Hold on now, we're going back to the beginning. To the same people who created this Christian notion of this God and wrote it down in a book and told us all of this stuff is true about a man who could walk on water.
Okay. I knew you were going there. All right, let's put that over there for a second.
Yes.
Give me something tangible that you were like, oh my God, I can't believe this story. And it is so American.
So there's so many things about how we know things that we believe aren't true, right? Like, how do we know, for instance, this is another thing that always fascinated me. When they said, the slaves couldn't read, like, and they always say, like, maybe 10% of enslaved people could read. How do they know? Like, first of all, every place that had enslaved people said, we will kill you if you could read. So you think they told them? And then you think about this. How is it that, like, 50 years after emancipation, the Black literacy rate almost the white, like, it doesn't make any sense unless you accept that at the beginning they were telling us a lie, right? Like, we are supposed to think that every different state who had enslaved people sporadically, separately got together and made it against the law for Black people to read if Black people weren't already reading, right? Like, it's wild to think,
right?
Like, objectively,
right? The law had to come about because something was already happening,
right?
In mass,
right? Not one or two people,
right? A lot of it,
right?
Happening, reading,
right?
Let me make a point here. And Khan, I don't mean to beat you up on this, but it came to my attention, especially reading Empire of Cotton, just how much Black Americans and their knowledge of agriculture actually made America an economic power right at the beginning of the Industrial Revolution. Cotton pretty much was the first like real global product that basically built or fueled the Industrial Revolution. Believe it or not, the cotton gin kind of was like a big deal. Um, White people didn't know how to grow cotton, and they sure as shit didn't pick it very much. And the same thing happened in places like India. Um, and cotton actually was also grown in Africa, which I wasn't really aware of. So there was also knowledge of, growing cotton, as well as rice and indigo and other crops. It was actually the agriculture, cotton in particular, that made America what it was. And then the Civil War interrupted it. And pretty soon, right after the Civil War, America was able to kind of pick it up again. Why do you think Jim Crow was necessary? White people didn't know how to grow cotton. They didn't know how to deal with all these crops. Um, and apparently, po whites didn't want to do the work. So there was some economic necessity. The economics was the driving force for American slavery, and the race and the reason for enslaving actually came second to the actual enslavement. And I'm not kidding; it's counterintuitive, and it took me a minute to kind of fathom it, but it's actually the timeline. Jim Crow, same thing. Africans' knowledge and forced labor basically drove the American economy, at least up to and through the the American Revolution. I'm sorry, the Industrial Revolution. It's there in the books. Sven Beckhart is the author of Empire of Cotton. You're never too old to learn stuff. I think music is what everybody knows, but the people who actually you know, um, who actually the economic history's there. You just have to read it. Music was, popular, pop culture, but music isn't what drove America to success during the Industrial Revolution.
And why would, like, for instance, we know like Demarc Vesey. Like, how did they find out about Demarc? Because so many people were coming to his church when he was at Emmanuel AME, when he was teaching enslaved people how to read, that they had to make it illegal. They had to burn the church down. It's crazy to think that, right? And it didn't make sense to me as a young kid when they said, well, slaves couldn't read.
Okay.
But they could run these plantations, right? They could have all of this horticultural and engineering expertise, but they couldn't read, right? I live in a house that was built by enslaved people 200 years ago, and I am supposed to believe that the people who built the house that I live in right now, that is stronger than all of the houses surrounding me, could not read. It is absolutely absurd.
Okay. 250 years, what do you want us to know, and how do we project into the next 250 years with that knowledge?
I think that one of the things that to me, it is important for us to know is that, like, all of the advancements that we have made as a people and as a country, right, were forced upon this country by us, right? And these changes it is still possible for us to force these changes upon this country, right? whether you idealize America as this idea that was created by these white men in the Constitution or an ever evolving group of people, the thing is that it always changes. And you think about, just ask yourself objectively, critically, who changed it, right? And how did it change for the better? And why? And what, how, and use those ideas to keep changing it for the better, right? Because it was a like it was just 5 guys back then who came up with this idea. And as African people imparted their ways of knowing and their ideas of freedom upon this country, the idea of liberty expanded. They did not know the idea of liberty. And so how do we expand that idea is what I think is our job and what we should explore among ourselves.
I love that. All right. I thank you so much for this. And we're going to continue this conversation. We got extra time, so we're going to take it and we're going to use it. But this is a good place to start. And this is a good place to start. Black AF History, the unwhitewashed story of America. Michael Harriot, thank you for being here today. I appreciate you so much.
Thank you so much for having me.
Okay. All right.
Let's see. Where does she go next?
Already had like 100 folks. Well, a bunch of people.
Well, you know what? Let's see, what time is it? I'm at 5:20 and it is almost 10 o'clock. Yep. Here is okay. Out on a limb, I honestly don't know why you can't figure this out. Stop looking at the total population of the whole population wasn't out there picking cotton. African slaves were. Okay. My point is that it was the African slaves that were picking the cotton and baling it. That was the cash crop. It's called cane cotton. It doesn't matter how many Black people as a percentage of the total population there were. And by the way, there were the population in places like that, this 13 and 14%, those numbers are off. If you go to Louisiana or Texas today, I think it's Louisiana, a third of the population in Louisiana is Black. That's 33%, not 14%. Okay, the math isn't mathing. You're talking today's numbers for 350 million people. I'm talking back during slavery times when the percentage of Black people was higher, and 100% of those Black people were out there picking cotton, not white people. Okay, so if it's just Black people picking the cotton, yes, 100% of that cotton is what they did, and that's what got shipped to England or Massachusetts or wherever the cotton was going. That's how the numbers work. The total percentage of population has nothing to do with who was out there picking the cotton. And I will remind you again, in Louisiana alone, a third of the population is Black, not 13%, not 14%, 33%. Georgia, Texas, Mississippi, Alabama, Florida, all have more than 14% of the total population that is Black. You're thinking of the total number in all 50 states. There are states that don't have many Black people, if any. So you got to learn how to use numbers. 100% of, and probably more like 98% of the cotton in, say, 1860, 1859 was picked by African slaves. So the profit from the cotton came from the cotton that was picked by the 98% of the African slaves picking the cotton. Them's the numbers. I'm not doing a math lesson. Hey, Caramel, hit the link, Caramel. Say hi before I go. I haven't talked to you in a while. it's pinned, or I can drop it again. Um, Folks, I don't just come up here and whistle Dixie. I don't just come up here and say shit that I can't prove. There's a book called The Empire of Cotton, and even I didn't know how much economically uh, how valuable the cotton picked in the South was uh, during the 1850s, 40s, 50s, 60s. America was the number one producer of cotton, and you've heard the term King Cotton. Um, America, cotton was like one of the first, if not the first, worldwide commodity, and it literally led into the Industrial Revolution. And that cotton in the United States was overwhelmingly, like 90 some percent, 98% is my guess, picked by African slaves. So the cotton that these slaves picked literally made America rich. I don't know how you can deny that. All right, so I guess we could listen to a little bit more of this.
But he kept 100 of them. Geechee Gullah warriors.
Okay, that's fine.
About, right?
I'll be around tomorrow. Just so you know, I usually do this show, weekday afternoons, and I guess I'm bored because sometimes I'll even do it, all 7 days. But I'll be back around 4:30, somewhere around there tomorrow. And I am glad that you're here, and say hello to your parents. So everybody, go ahead and head on over to see Moore's. Uh, so I am going to make some tuna fish sandwiches for for dinner because I made homemade mayonnaise. So it's gonna go go good with that tuna fish. And yes, sometimes I eat kids' foods for dinner. Though, actually I got some grits. Maybe I'll just make an omelet. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, you're right, CK. Okay, well, folks, I had a good time. I hope you enjoyed my boring little show today. If you are hearing this on the replay, please make sure you hit the like button. If you are new to the show, please subscribe to it. We every now and again, it's not so boring, pedantic, and just repetitive. Saturday, I actually think that I'm going to do all those. Caramel sent me some farming, some North Carolina farming things. And I haven't done a show like this in a long time. They're black fishing shows, black hunting shows, black farming shows, black gardening shows, and it'll be a welcome break from the news and the more serious things. So I think that's what we're going to do. So I will see everybody tomorrow afternoon. And y'all go over to CM's show. Most of you know how to find your way over there. I guess I could drop the link. He won't be grateful that I did it, but just tell him I said hello anyway. And I'll be over there at some point, I guess. Maybe. All right, folks, I will see you all tomorrow. Yeah. With all that we have given them, we should own perhaps at least one half of this asset, the revenues generated because of it. And it's not, just take out the Obama race part. Why the fuck is the president of the United States hosting cartoons?
Stanley walked tall with a paperback brain.
Well, I don't know what it was, but the thing is that if you ever go and you kind of read these people's biographies,
fearing his shoes, library brave.
The MAGA blacks, you get a bunch of MAGA blacks. That's what you get out of it, President. You get MAGA blacks who will put.
I'm a drunk old man with a head shaped like a shroom.
And then the other thing we've forgotten is brevity. That's the main lesson I learned today, and I